Yes, my people, just give it a minute. Let me go. Let me just get the start. Warm up. Warm up. Let me. Yeah, we gotta get into it live. Do the countdown for everybody. Let me do the countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's up? All right, Primal. Yes,
Away. Hello, hello.
waiting. How you doing?
I'm fine, Lancelot. How are you?
Excellent. I'm in an impressive mood. I'm in an impressive mood. I'm just working in the background, making sure everything can
It's
go
working well.
forward. Yeah, like just like I say, just impressing, just preparing the things there for you, because obviously you're coming down, and so we can just go full forward. I'll send you what I'm doing,
Okay.
and then you're able to see the draw. If you agree, then go good. Then if you think anything can be tweaked, then let me know. But I still, you see, I still haven't. Yes, how bad it is. I still haven't opened up the file that you sent me.
Do you know what? If you again, it's all about your trust levels. If you want me to post it for you, I can do it. Just let me know. I mean, that's what I'm here for, to help you out. Just let me know when you're ready and what you want me to do. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, no, and I'm saying that in end of this week we can go full forward in everything. It's not, yeah. So like I say, it's just
Don't worry about it. I mean, you're already posting the stuff already. I've seen what the videos that you were doing on Instagram. It's better, much better
yeah,
without the cover. So it looks great.
yeah. Just reverse. Put the cover at the back, so
Yeah, looks good. Looks
everyone
good.
can see. Okay. So yeah, yeah. Nice. Like I say, it's just timing. But I just wanted to make, because obviously I've been doing it for a while, isn't it?
Mm,
So
mm.
just wanted to
Cool.
make everything secured, everything secure. Like, cause it's when we go
Mm.
forward, it's not no looking back.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Literally. So that's it. Cause everything is there. It's no right now where I have, based on everything. There's no ifs, no buts. It's what it is,
Yes.
and it's just and like I'm saying, I'm at the stage where we're gonna, like our mother Verna is behaving, hype it up to the fullest. It's the right
Yeah.
way, because there is, like I say, we can't lose. Like literally
Yeah.
in every way. Like I said, I've been here before. It's not the
Hmm.
first time I've been here. All right,
Yes.
but I was more younger at that time.
Mm. Mm.
Understand? Like I was, yeah. When I mean going at the height, same. That's why you got the Windrush scandal and those things, is because of my organization. But
Yes.
yeah, like I've been here before. I know how serious it is.
Hmm.
All right, so it's not like, okay, yeah, it's just this last little moments, last little preparation, so
Hmm.
that obviously you know how serious it is, so that you will know how serious it is. Because like I
Yeah.
say,
Yes.
I've been there, innit. And you have been there, obviously in your own way, because you have done a lot of stuff as well.
Yes.
On this, what we're doing now,
Yes. On a different
because
level.
different, yeah, and but everything that, like I say,
Hmm.
everything that you're doing, it all incorporates. You just have the help that you need, the
Hmm.
that extra AI, that extra AI. So everything is just fall in place. It's just now you saw something which could help in what you're putting forward
You
and
know what?
just.
Because when I was younger, I was saying to my husband, when I was younger, I visualized what's happening now, because I was
Hmm.
told that I was going to play in an important part. When
Hmm.
I was 13, I think it was. And in the last days, I was told that I'm quite a significant part to play, and I was told that when I was 13 years old. You
Yeah.
know, when I had my encounters and stuff. So when I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm like flashbacks. Like this is what I was told that was going to happen.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's definitely more than just a physical thing; it's a spiritual thing. You know?
Truly, true. Yeah, like I said, I analyze everything. I analyze it. So because I'm like advanced, and I'm like literally like it's not. So it's like I see like where I was and where
Mm.
you are. I could see like those patterns, you know.
Yes.
Like right now, like I'm like, for instance, you are the forebearer. So it's like you can't have no type of like hesitation.
Mm.
You can't have no inclination. Like I know it's like you haven't probably been out or exposed to so much things or so much like
Mm.
in intel or people or all these things. So, but it's like you have to. It's like you see, Mother Verna is. I have to use her as a point.
Example.
Yeah, she's expressing that, and you have like sometimes you switch on like that,
Mm.
and then sometimes you fall back like no,
Yeah.
it's
I'm
not the
more.
time to fall back.
I'm not falling back. I'm more of a mother. I feel like I need to protect and look after people. Some people are hurting. Like I've been caught. Like I've connected with so many people on TikTok that and I call them. Some in America, check on them. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? So I'm literally like being a mother to so many people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I understand.
So I'm like I'm being very like my energy, and I hear what you're saying because my energy is so. Do you know I used to be like that, like Mama Verna when I was younger, and it's still in me, but I feel like I'm reserving it for something.
That, but
You
this,
know?
but this is the time of this. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So this right now,
Mm,
it's emergency time.
mm.
So
So
that
how would you suggest I should do it? What are you seeing?
no, it's that command like
Mm,
no exact like you pick up on the information quickly, but it's
mm.
like it's not the
I just don't want to step on people's toes. I'm
no no
very
no 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 every toe has to be stepped on to save the children, to save the
yeah,
children.
yeah. You're right.
Like I'm telling you, I used to be like I'm like I say I'm in the space where I'm impressing myself.
Mm,
It's like because we have an aim, right? And the aim is for the children, like because
mm,
I always try my to trigger myself
mm,
where
mm,
like I don't fall back into that human emotion on a
mm,
false human emotion,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Because it's a false human emotion, knowing that children are suffering, but you quiet and just you know what I'm saying.
Mm.
You're compliant to other people talking rubbish. You know, I'm like just
Yeah,
stagnating
they
everything.
were going at it last night, and it wasn't I just felt like I could have shouted, like I don't know, man. It's just like
No,
um,
it is, but
I
this
just
is
don't have
what I'm
the
saying.
energy, man. They're just it's just
No, you hear what I'm saying. You hear what I'm saying.
I can't bring myself to that level. It's
No,
just
no,
like
you hear what I'm saying. No, I'm not talking about that. You hear what I'm saying.
mm, mm,
When you're now from this point, when you're speaking, the
mm,
things that the things that we're dealing with, it's absolute. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's that mindset. Like I'm saying, there is zero fair doubt in me, like, because it's just I'm providing it for the rest of the families to show that there is something that
mm.
that nothing, no spiritual powers, nothing cannot go
Can
against.
hold it down.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but it's just like I say, because if we are guardian, especially as the mothers, if the mothers are
Mm,
the lawgivers, right?
mm,
They have to know that, like, they have to be absolute in that. They have to know the
mm,
order. You understand? Just like how it's nature, nurture. You have to know that nature is providing you your powers. It can't be like, you know, 50-50 or 90%. You have to be all the way, you know?
Yeah.
That's what you call mother nature.
Mm.
That's
Mm.
what you call mayat, because there is, like I was speaking yesterday, it's
Mm.
not that nature is more powerful than you. It's you are both matching on this because you're in the same order. It wouldn't go against you if you're absolute in your thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Only when you doubt yourself, it will test you to try to get you to be aware that you're going against yourself. That's the whole
Mm.
point. You
Mm.
understand? That is the place that I'm at, and that's the place that, and I'm constantly, if I'm with the winning team, I'm constantly trying to impress that team every day, you know, because that's
Mm.
just who I am. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not. You just have to speak the absolute because you're dealing with something that of the highest nature, and you're called for that. So any little small talk, shut it down. You understand? Like this, it's a standard. And like I say, that's why the whole point. Our ancestors are no joke. We have watered them down. Like we are watering them down. Like we are using too much spirituality to give them. But they're like they the one that made it. Like they deal with intelligence, the soul. Like they made it. It's not something that is invisible. It's a reality. You can see it.
Mm.
You understand? This is that's why they made it in the they made it manifest. They made sure that you can see it, see that soul or that pure element in real time.
Mm.
Don't
Yeah.
have to dream about it. Don't have to do nothing about it. You can see it. That's why
Yeah.
everything is governed through the laws, and then the laws become flesh. You know. So yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, man. That's what I'm saying. Mother Verna is mother. When Mother Verna speaks, I could hear my act like, you know.
Yeah.
Only time when she leaves it, I'm like, Donna, bring it back because I see it. You know, I understand. So,
Yeah.
El Shiva, what's up? Appreciate coming up. Yeah. So, go ahead. We just started
Greetings,
and we're sharing.
greetings.
We're sharing.
Greetings. Greetings, El Shiva.
Lovely. I haven't missed too much. Greetings, Awaken. How are you, Empress?
How are you, my darling? How divine? You okay?
Yes, I am. I haven't missed too much, have I? I've had a busy day. I
No.
just
No, we haven't
took
missed
5 minutes
anything.
to go have a look on TikTok, so I'm glad I caught you guys.
No, we're going to start around about 20, 20 past
Mhm.
because we're going to
Okay,
share
brilliant.
more
Okay.
people come in. So I think Lancelot, you're going to put some music on.
You know, I need to find a music
I
that
can do it if you want me to, or you want to put some on.
yeah, but it can't be copyright because YouTube.
Yeah, I've got non-copyright ones.
All right, go ahead, do that. Nice. All right, my people, listen. What you're gonna be into today? What we're getting into today is something, again, pure visual, practical, things that are present, things that is working, but it's just us to be reminded. We're in the year of Jubilee. If you know what Jubilee is, again, it's a significant year to get back all your properties. We have to understand that each melanated children, man, woman, and child, they are heirs to the crown. Again, and this crown is in every kingdom nation that has been ever been built. Obviously, we know that our education has made us forget all of our primordial stage, our first culture, where again we as children or children of the sun, these are the things that you have to remember for yourself. I'm gonna present it so you could see, but again, it's always determined within yourself because these things are real. It's written in law. It won't go away, and it will be used by others until you regain your sense. So you could either be a victim to your own powers or control your own power so you could better yourself and your family. Because this is in the name of equality. Because again, all of us, and I'm talking all of us, it's not that fairy tale part of life. I'm talking about the realistic part of life that can be seen and will be shown on this life, right? Is super important. Again, we're coming from Pharaoh to Plantation. That's the campaign of The Crown is Your Birthright, Volume 2. And this man, when I'm speaking, like I'm feeling the energy on me, like goosebumps for real. Like the way it's documented is a timeline from today, 2025 to 7,500 BC. There is gaps in the timeline, so I always fill it in. That's why there's going to be different volume. But for the most part, we have victory in terms of our history, in terms of where we're coming from, fully known, no doubt. Again, all of
Lord Lancelot,
them.
Lord Lancelot, can I clarify something? Because in layman terms, I'm still new to everything. When you talk about timeline, just to clarify, what do you mean by timeline? You just mentioned some dates there. Can you clarify that for me, please?
So, like a calendar, you have a calendar on your wall, and it tells you what happens,
Yeah.
yesterday. So, this timeline is a
So
calendar.
where would you say? Right. So right now, at this time, this moment in creation, where would you say we are at on the timeline? I'm just trying to clarify
No,
so
just
it's clear for me.
yeah. I'm just keeping it in.
Grand Rising Hotep
Okay.
Hasawai Asat.
Yeah. One second. One second. One second. Yeah. So the timeline is based on the timeline that we have presently. We're in 2005, but as in what we know, obviously,
Jubilee, yes.
yeah. So we're just going as normal. It's nothing out of random or in. It's just normal life we're living. Is that timeline from now, going all the way back to 7,500 years? There's gaps, so it's that calendar
Okay.
filling
So
in.
going back and going forward, going back and going forward,
Yeah.
same
The
thousand years
calendar
forward
and
now.
the
One
calendar
second, my
and
bro.
its
Hold the mic. I can't. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Don't. We're speaking. I'm trying to clarify something to someone on the panel.
I'm being confused.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't.
please,
You
because
are.
it's so
One
If you,
second.
important.
yeah, get him now. That's it. Go ahead, because if you let me know.
Yeah, my concern is that if I've just, I'm new.
Yeah.
I've only in touch with you, away from Miss Verna for 3 weeks maybe. So I don't really. I'm on the first rung of the ladder. I know this stuff online. I've had a look. Some of the things are sold out, but in regards to the direction, once you've signed the petition, I would like some clarity. Maybe it'd be a help to the people that are listening as well, because to do the work, the steps that you take, I'm not clear about that. I haven't had a conversation with anyone about the steps. I heard the other day, Awaken was speaking about doing the work, and she's traced her bloodline. So have you given that information up? Because I haven't received it. I haven't had that. So I just wanted to clarify, the steps that people should take
Yes.
if they want more information. Because I have been on the website, but a lot of I think I can't remember what they were written as, but they were sold out and not available. So I didn't find anything on there.
Yeah.
So for me, I
What
would
it is,
some more some
yes. What it is that we just like you as well. We've just started on this journey. Lancelot has done a lot of the research, and He's already started doing the lives as well.
Yeah.
But I promise you, we've actually got things organised. So once he does this live today,
Right.
by
That's all I wanted to know. Awaken.
yes,
Yeah, that's
definitely.
all I wanted to know. I
Yeah, by
understand the
Monday.
timeline now because,
Yeah.
yeah,
By Monday, we will have like newsletters sent to everyone breaking down everything and what's going to be next and what we're
brilliant.
going to
Because,
do. Hmm.
brilliant. Because, clarity is so important. People will miss, they will
Yes.
miss what everything is about. And
Yeah.
it's so crucial.
I agree with
And
you.
like I said, I was divinely sent, and the way I came across, um, you and Lord Lancelot, I know it's divinely inspired, and I believe we're on the same timeline because we have similar destinies, I believe, and futures. So I was just wanted clarification in that so that people, they do understand it's so important that, communication is key in
100%.
everything. So,
100%.
we perish for lack of knowledge. If we don't have the knowledge and we don't understand the knowledge, then it's just gobbledygook.
I totally agree
And I
with
know
you.
Lord Lord Lancelot has done an amazing work here, and it's got to get out, and people have to get the information so
Yeah.
that they understand and that they are able to take the steps to come on board. Because, like I said, it's a body that has to be formed, a movement.
Yeah, that's why I've
And
connected
when
with
the
Lance a lot. That's the reason why I've connected with him because I'm going to
yeah,
do the organization of it. So because I've done this before as a living, so
brilliant,
I will come. I'm going to start sending letters out by Wednesday. I've created the magazine. Everything will be there.
brilliant.
We'll be having like connecting Zoom. All that stuff is going to be
Lovely.
done.
That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, we're going to get
Brilliant. Well done. Well done. Thank you for that. I just wanted.
Yeah, no,
Welcome. Thank you.
definitely. Like I say, things do take time, and this is not going away. It's there, so we have to just make sure that things are just in the right order for
Yeah,
the
you
right
remember
person.
I
Because
had no idea how long
one
I've
second,
been
so because there is different,
or doing presentations. Now I know that
yeah,
you just started.
no, yeah, one second. There's different,
Yeah,
for
I'm just
instance,
realizing that when I met you,
and
you just started.
one second. Could you hold the mic for instance for a second? I'm just explaining something. All right. For instance, there are different level of people that I'm connected with. All right. So the people them that I am connected with, they know what's going on. It's clear to them, but it's that there are different level of people that might have it harder to comprehend. So just for instance, those associates of mine that are in parliament that are having their own independent work, they know what it is, and they are doing their part. They're doing other things, but that's why for those that's why I made sure I made it clear. It is for those that are in the intellect, the ones that are able to comprehend quick. But we do cater for everyone, and we're gonna cater for everyone. That's why there's so much things. But what I require first, right, is those that again can understand what the things is, because within our community we do have people that are up to date, know what's going on. But but having, like I say, connection to get across to them that there is separation within communities. So while doing this live, it would enable me to reach out to those bodies, and this is where the distribution of the information to those that are more down on the ground. I have to say on that way, because it's just how it is. To get to them, to get to those ones that they are willing, but because they don't have that academical knowledge, or they're not into that type of business or mindset, we have to then break it down for them to get it. So we're working on that level to get that across, and that's why Awaken is here. That's why Mother Verna is there. That's why yourself is there, and it's so you don't get confused as a whole. It's just for those that don't know fully, we're preparing the things for those people. For the people that do know but they don't have connection, we do the live so we could connect to them, because it's not a spiritual thing I'm talking about. It's an intellectual thing. It's reality. So it's not an outsider reality. It's not an confusing to nothing. It's just if you're in reality, if you're in an everyday movement, if you go and listen to Parliament and everything what's going on, then you will know. Like it will be clear. But if for some reason, like majority of our community, they're spiritual and they're outside of that realm of everyday activity, it's gonna be again a very very difficult. So that's why my aim is not for that. But as we're growing, there would be others like Awaken that could bridge the gap, like yourself could bridge the gap. So that's the reason again for everything that's going on now. It's like I said, I'm not new to it. It's just now there is something very serious, like so serious for those that are not able to fend for themselves or don't have that capacity to be able to get help in the meanwhile till they are developed. Yeah, so just to clarify, because
Yeah.
yeah, it's not no. Yeah, go ahead, no problem.
No, I don't doubt anything. I do see the vision, Lord Lancelot, and yeah, like you're saying, the practical application of this, it can't be all up in the air spiritual. There's, my people perish for lack of knowledge. We have to be practical and sign the dots and do the work, of course, and that's paramount to get, to get everything moving, and yes, but I do see the vision 100%, believe you me. It's a beautiful, amazing, divine cause, and I know it's a great calling that you have. And yes, the help is coming and the people are coming, and they will locate through whatever avenue. There's a scripture that says, not by might or by power, but by the Spirit, because this is a divine work. Although the practical is there, the people really will connect spiritually. And then the practical, which is, growing and being put in place. Yes, day by day, step by step, it will gain momentum. So yes, thank you for that explanation, Awaken and Lord Lancelot. I do hear you. Thank you.
Welcome. Appreciate you very much.
All right, no, I appreciate it. And people are gonna be sharing the live, so just play the music, and yeah, I'm gonna be disclaiming, because I understand my community. I know I know the journey. I know that the parts that, man, the traps, the settings, and I have to keep making it clear. I have to keep making it clear. I understand spirituality. I do. But it's not what I'm on. Like it's a bit
I'm so passionate
yeah.
because
Not what I'm on.
the way I've come across, you and Awaken and the cause, passionate about it because I see what you're doing and it's blown my mind. Passionate. I do see what you're. I do know what
I
it's
don't know if
about
you
because
know that you're
connection.
you are
We have
cutting in and out. Yes,
so
you're
many
cutting in
connections
and out.
already as individuals, but yet we're from the same homeland, names, experiences. The women. So interesting, it really is. Thank you.
You're cutting out. I hear you. You was cutting out a little bit, because I know that you're in Africa, Gambia, so its connection might not be too great, but you're cutting
Trying
out.
to about the message, yeah, because I don't think she knows she's cutting. And I'll post it and see if she'll listen. Lancelot, just a quick thing. If you could refresh the website because it's it updates every day, just to remind you before you show it.
Yes, 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 yes. Like I just read your mind as soon as before I even came on. I said, I have to refresh it because like I read your mind about it. Yeah, so yeah, my people. I'm just like I just always because now I seem I have to even more because like my people are in that state. I know, like I said, I've been around the communities. I've been listening over, but it's this one. This is not that, and I don't want my people to be confused. It's the reality I'm dealing with. Like, yeah, it's the reality. I know everyone has been embedded in that, but again, what I think it is, what you call spirituality, I call it something else. You understand? To make it clear, because in this time we want it to be clear. We wanted to know that it's what we it's the things that we know is not what it's normally rephrased as. It's the same thing, but it's what is supposed to know, what is supposed to. Law, intelligence, speed, psychology. This is it. I don't call it that because it doesn't give no strength to what I've been doing, what I was doing. It just, for me, it did cause a lot of confusion. So, because I apply myself, it makes more sense when you change the context in the reality that it is in, because again that takes you out of the reality, and I see that a lot of my people is outside of this reality, when again those things is practical. Spirituality is very practical, so we look at the practical things of it and what it's called. So everything I mentioned, so I'm just sticking to the things that we can see clearly. Just that, because again, when we can't see something, we could interpret it any way that we want, and this is where the confusion comes in, because someone just want to interpret this way, that way. No, we're just sticking to the order of things, how life works, and again, we are just knowing how it works for us. You understand? So that said system that majority of people would say that it's against us, I'm just showing it how it works for us. That's how it is. And again, it's everything that I know it to be, and I know it is, and this is how we're working. So it's just because it is a challenge when you step into that realm. So it's a clear clarification, and I know everyone's coming from that type of growing, that spiritual growing, but yeah, we're dealing with something else. Yeah, and it's equally or even more powerful, because it's it's all laid out. The foundation is concrete, solid. So let's just open up. I still haven't shared yet, but like I say, today is gonna be, man. Like I say, something that we all should know. We should have. Like I say, if you want to understand anything, Crown is Your Birthright, Volume 1. Like I say, it has the research material for you to do the actual work to find what you need to find. It has. All right, it has that. It has everything that you need. So let me just open up so we can show you what's going on. But I'm sharing at the moment because there's a lot of people that want to make sure that they see the live. 1 second. How are we doing this? Still ain't even share it to Mother Verna yet. You must be thinking what's going on.
I've shared it. She's coming. Welcome, Kupilan. Welcome. Greetings. I'm doing well.
Greetings.
Welcome, Simo.
Ashay. Greetings to everybody.
Greetings.
One.
Welcome, all of you. Thank you for coming. We won't be long. We're just sharing it.
No problem. I'm trying to share it too.
Thank you.
All right, my people, just holding it there. All right, just sharing the live because again, I guarantee you, it's nothing that you have seen before. I guarantee on TV, nowhere. You're not gonna find this nowhere. I guarantee you. I guarantee it's gonna be all about you, your family, and your freedom, your equality. Just a reminder, man. So, all right, enough the talking. Just share the live. Like I say, if you want others to, to have the equality, to be inspired, and to know the truth of all the matters. The truth of all the matters. Enough for us to be in harmony. If you want our people to do that, so just bear with me. Let me just put the mic on mute for a sec. Yeah, my people, give me another 5 minutes just sharing the last 2 bits. All right, man. So, all right, I think yeah, that's it. We can yeah, we can start now. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm Lord Lancelot from HL Health Board, and I have Awaken co-host Mother Verna, also El Shiva, and again, this is something again so important. So before I get into the presentation, I'm going to tell you what we do. Again, we are a constitution about family, strictly family, and we deal with health board. So these two things is what, again, majority of people on earth need. Knowing how their family is constituted, meaning knowing how their family politics is constituted so that they could take control of their family. This is what politics is really meant to be. Again, this is what again democracy is really meant to be. Your family taking control of your own estate, your own ancestors, your own wealth. And again, the research showing that you do have it. And health, as you know, health is again the number one foundation to really anyone's life. Okay, so we're dealing with connecting families back to their roots. Again, Marcus Garvey made a statement. Again, a person without no root is again just would be weak. Again, you could find, if you want the up to date on everything that you need to know. We do have the magazine, and this will give you the information that you need. You could leave your email. I will put you on that list. Again, we'll go through. And also, like I say, we're here to very much, promote a Pharaonic Family Institute and educational facility in psychology, history, and law for the Windrush family. Again, members locally and internationally, because we all connect. We're all connected. And when we're dealing with psychology, history, and law, these are the main things that govern our life. And also there are courses that you can do based on where you're starting from, and other things that you might not know about. Like I say, it's just pure solution. Things that is not present to the local people, but only like reserved for Parliament. Solution. So we're able to now know the full disclosure. Also, again, we do believe in. We do believe in business, art, law, psychology, history, and all these combined together. It makes anything that you want to do come through, because these are the basic foundation, and teaching people how they're connected to, again, the living God that's within you, like your family, your structure. You don't need no one to get you to the higher level, but you only need a reminder. And it's why it's so very important. We have, again, the families, our primordial team. When we talk about primordial, we're meaning those that, have that, beginning state, knowing that they're first. And that's a very important. If you want equality, you have to know that you're first, because being first is how you win anything. So to win equality, to win freedom, you have to put yourself first. You have to put your culture as you know it in that order first. So again, other than just the talk, there are real things going on, like our projects, beverage health project that again is ongoing. This is in Jamaica. We have a farm. Again, we have acres of land. So whoever's interested in farming and developing agriculture from across the world, again, we have that project. And all my association is all down there. Like I say, House of Lancelot is present. Also, what's very important is, if you go on the website, is here. When you go up here, very important. Oh, just before we go into that, we're gonna just show you. So for instance, if you want to read about the Constitution, again, it's all here. You could go through it. like I say, it's amazing. Everyone should have a blueprint of this because again, it's nothing new. It's just applying. It's just adapting. Adaptation is what we need because everything is already here. There's nothing new underneath the sun. So nothing new has to be created. You just have to adapt and adapt to what is working. So if you want to go through it, is like I say, it's very insightful. If you're unable to understand, like get someone that is academic or have that comprehension or is competent enough to know what it's saying and then relay it back to you. So that's why it's important. We need those lawyers, doctors. We need all of those bodies so that they could know that there are something that they don't really need to rely on, like governmental system like that do the oppression, but there is a system that is for all and have that same power for all, and it's your sovereign right, it's your crown. So again, also we have the health board. Again, you can see what I do. I'm outside. It's not just the internet. I'm outside. In the public. I am promoting again the psychology of family. So you could go through it, and it's very important. You see all the things that is dedicated to the health board, and the type of power that the health board has is on the Health and Safety at Work Act 1974, and that gives you the power to independently inspect all public offices, so government. So that is also recruiting for people that do want to be auditors, inspectors. So like I say, there's opportunities there. When it comes to the petition, like this is gonna be, but you would see when you go through the petition, you'll see what I've done myself and for others and companies. So you could see the type of work, because you have to deal with parliament business, and because parliament business is your higher affairs, and a lot of people is not educated in that way to think that what does it do, when we know that it controls our life every day. So parliament is your higher affairs, so the things that governs you. And like I say, I already go through. So yeah, there's various, like I say, courses that you want to learn. So I'm impressed again. Big up. So other projects, various projects, so many things, so many things. If you want to contact us, also the store, to help keep that remembrance going for the Constitution, the family growing. Again, the book that I recommend, that if you want to know something, you want to learn how to be a researcher, you want to know the timeline, like this is, again, very, very informal, and it's a timeline so you don't get lost in your thoughts. You know what happened in this date, and it's all could be verified. And you could read the summary, tells you this one is over 4,000 years of history. Could read the timeline, it tells you universal. Big up yourself. So this is volume 1. Like I say, also I know people that like other books, so there's a lot of things that if you do go on the website, you do go through the store, and anything that you like, just go for it, from anything art to design, like books. There are so many things to be updated, but first I had to make sure I do one and the utmost things first, the very most important, and that is to create a psychological timeline so that you could develop that mindset, so that you know where you're coming from without no doubt. And it's very much, like I say, level 4 in terms of research, and that is international. When you mean research, you could do a lot of things when you have that skills. But what is most important though, because in this time, we're in the year of Jubilee. And again, people, I know this is written, if you're religious, it's written in the scriptures. If you're not, it's still written. So this is everywhere, Jubilee. And I made a petition for this reason, because I was in Parliament. Let me just show you a video. I was in Parliament, my people, and like I said, I'm representing the Windrush generation. And seeing that the Windrush generation, even though there are people that look like us representing them, they still don't know where they're coming from. They still ain't fully developed in their psychology, in their social development. And again, I witnessed enough, so this is the reason why I made the petition, because of these meetings. So this is one of the meetings.
Can see the injustice in what is happening. Even a 4-year-old felt this wasn't fair and it wasn't right. So if even a toddler can understand the embarrassment that still these years on there are so many people affected by the Windrush scandal, and it is a scandal, surely even somebody in number 10 might be able to understand. Please know that you have my absolute support and whatever I can do to help and assist. And it is a true honour to be able to work with you. I'm so sorry again that we run this place for 4-year-olds, and therefore the technology is maybe not what any of us would like it to be. But I'm really looking forward to hearing from you, listening to what we can do together, and yes, campaigning for an independent compensation system, because time should be up for the Home Office in so many different ways, but not least on this issue. And can I just give a special tribute to Patrick? He may be from across the border in Hackney.
But yeah, just to show you, like I say, seen enough. So I realized that when you have signed up to the system where, again, they're representing public body, you will be restricted. So I'm independent. I came in independent alongside a few people that are independent, that I've gave advice, and I've not been picked up on that advice. So I say, okay, let me do something, because it's important for myself and my family. So a petition, very important. And I made the title for this reason, because everything you could find in law. So a sovereign grant for families of those who are born in parts beyond sea. All right, super important. This is an actual legislation statute, and when you go through the petition, again, this is very important, because the petition is there to help, again, secure elderlies, child, adults from discrimination towards torture, suffering, by wrongful administration, because we've just been, wrongfully administrated, and it's become so normally wrongly administrated that we're just thinking that is part of our everyday life. But again, that is not right. So this is why I did it, and it's based on this statute. So this statute, it's actually in law, so you could find it if you want to do the extra research yourself. Legislation.gov.uk. This website, this is government. It's official website. It's government. Like, if you want to find any solution that is, again, above board, that, again, the world knows that is concrete, you would get it at legislation.gov.uk. This goes back to the 1200s. So as you can see, that this is something that is the most viable source or reliable source you could find anywhere in the world. All right. So again, this is called a statute for those who are born in parts beyond sea. Yeah, so it's called a statute for those who are born in parts beyond sea. And so if you scroll down, once you go there, you'll see that this is super important. So it says a statute for those who are born in parts. Let me see if everyone can see this. All right, let me just shift this over a little bit. Okay. 1 minute. Let me just get everything right for everyone so they can see what's going on. All right. Yeah, so again, a statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea. Again, this is 1350, chapter 025, King Edward III. King Edward, again, he's melanated. Like I say, it's impressive. Like I already knew it. He's also called the Black Prince, and the reason why he done it through his matriarchal lineage, his mother. So he was very knowledgeable. So again, it says a statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea of the 25th year of King Edward III. Remember, statue, this is the first statue. And why it's so important? Because the children come first. And this is what it's declared. It says the king's children declared inheritable in England wheresoever born. It says the law of the crown of England is and always have been such that the children of the kings with the S of England in whatsoever part they be born in England or elsewhere be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors. So as you can see, after the death of their ancestors with the S, which law our Lord the King, the prelates, earls, barons, and other great men, and all the commons assembled in this parliament do approve and affirm forever. It's forever. Again, show you how significant this is now. Forever. Right? So remember this. Right? The law of the crown of England. Let me show you something. So this is okay. So this is now when we get into the Crown is Your Birthright, Volume 2. So this shows you the whole meaning for the reason behind the way I did the petition. Because again, it's a law. It's a law. It's recognized throughout Parliament. They all affirm, so they have to keep this memory. And as we are the children of the kings with the S of England, this is preserved until we again regain that memory. Because again, based on the Crown is Your Birthright, Volume 2, I put it there. All right, this is based on this. So first I'm going to show you what this means. So let's go and show you. So before England was established, there were other kingdoms. That's why it gives you the significance of saying kingdoms or saying kings. Let me just show you 1 second. Let's get this up. Okay. So in England, before England was established, there are 7 kingdoms. So this is why you get the kings of England and the ancestors, right? And the law of the crown of England. Again, there are seven other kingdoms. So you have East Anglia. I don't know if everyone can see. Essex, Kent, Mercia, where you have Northumberland, you have Sussex, and you have Wessex. And it tells you 7 petty kingdoms and 7 crowns. So when you talk about the kings, you're talking about these kings that's coming out of these places. Reason, super important. A lot of people don't know that these kingdoms are coming out of Africa. All right, these crowns are coming out of Africa, and we're gonna get into it very important. So the next one I wanted to mention is from the petition. So where you have sovereign is based on the Sovereign Grant Act, right? The Sovereign Grant Act 2011. And in this, it tells you about again the royal family. It's gonna make sense more and more. It tells about the royal family and what they get for their living and their duties. That's why I made sure in the petition just laid it out exactly, because I know that again we're from that. That's why I made sure that the petition is for the Treasury to provide to everyone a sovereign grant from the reserve fund in our to our family for those who are born in parts beyond sea for all life for all their living and other expenses, just like what you would have in this. So for every individual family member, so look, because it's already matched the financial year, so this should be the amount for every family member, for every household or family members or members. So you can see it says 331 million. That should be, because we're going from this standard, all right? Because it's a law from this standard. So again, if we're following the law and what the law says, so the amount of the sovereign grant for the financial year, and you can see this is the yearly. So now obviously we're in 2025, right? So the amount should be, hold on, okay, nobody can, 1 second. Just let me know if you couldn't see, because I'm explaining, but you might not be able to see. 1 second, let me step back a little bit so everyone can see. Okay, let me get over here. So, okay, so everyone might be able to see that, right? Now more clearer. So for everyone, so as again, we're gonna show again that how clear it is. So this would be the amount a sovereign grant for each members, serious members. For this is 31 million. Again, according to law, if we're saying we wanna do it according to this law, right? Because we are sovereigns. So 1 second. I'll let you wanna come up. Okay, 1 second. All right. Let me just make this a bit smaller so we can get the whole. Go ahead.
Lord Lancelot. So you're saying the yearly budget for the Lord Lancelot? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. Go ahead.
Lord Lancelot?
Yeah, can you
Can I
hear
ask
me?
a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear me? The
Hear
connection.
me? Yeah, so you're saying the budget for the royal family is approximately 31 million pounds a year
Yeah,
that's the annual budget.
you could see it, right? It's not what I'm saying; it's what the law is saying. I'm reading out from.
Right. And the imposters.
Yeah, so it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna get clearer every time you go through the. Hold 1 second. I wanna make sure everyone can see the screen. So what do you press again? Awaken. I'm not too sure. I have to drop down.
Your right hand side at the top, you see the percentage, and you just minimize it.
Right.
The lines
I don't see right hand side on the top.
on the top on right hand side, you see the Google. You see the dots, the three dots.
No,
You
no,
click on it.
no. I mean the people on this. So everyone that's on the panel. Was it?
Okay, There should be a slide, a click or a slide. I'm not sure because I've never gone live, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. Just want everyone to see what's going on the screen, so you don't miss the information. It's super
Find
important.
out.
So if you can't see it, just have to let me know. Super important.
I cannot see it, definitely. Even you enlarge it a little bit. Is it possible to have something for us? So
Yeah, we can send you this. It's downloadable. Yes.
yeah,
What I'm
and I
Or you
can
can.
even get
took a
to it,
screenshot.
slowly.
If everyone can take a screenshot with their phone camera,
Yeah, you could do it.
if you take a screenshot with your phone camera, then you can enlarge it and read it.
Oh,
That's what
this
I've done.
one. Oh, okay, but I'm sure
But
it's not already.
If you're able to take a
I will send you
screenshot,
the
then you can
link.
enlarge.
I will send you the link in the magazine tomorrow. So I will be
That will
sending
be
it out.
great, my sister. That will be great.
Everyone will have it.
Screenshot
Okay.
really, it's not only one thing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, well, like I say, it's so no, yeah, it's definitely gonna improve because I want everyone to see because it's not it's what the law is saying. So it's just to make sure everyone knows that it's not me that's saying it, but the law. So I'm just showing you what is being said, and so that we could get more confident in what's going on. All right, because when you think someone is saying it instead of what it's the law is saying, it then blur the communication or the confidence of yourself. So very important. So look again. So based on what I recommend, for those that family, I give you the reason why. Remember again. So this is based on an actual statue, right? I just applied it to us because again, we are the children of the kings. I'll give you another example from this. So, one sec. So if we go, let me just show you. It's super important, and everything is, like I say, documented, so that we could all see it. That's one moment. So, okay. So I'm gonna show you something. Show you the house that. So look, there you go. All right. So as we know, everyone can see that. Let me just zoom in a bit more. Yeah. So this is the House of Windsor. This is a royal. You can see that it's a royal crown. So these are the countries or the mansions that's within this royal house, as you can see, right? But this is based on the Western hemisphere for those that are coming from Africa. So these are the children of the pharaohs or the royal, because you can see they're in a royal house. So for these countries to be in a royal house, it has to be royal, because the country can't be royal without the people. So just look. So if when you get down to here, you could see ancestral. This is Saxon for the United Kingdom. This is Sox and Col. This is Sox, Coburg and Goffer. This is a German house, so they're not English, they're German, right? As you can see, you have King George V, Queen Elizabeth, right? Look, so in this, so as you can see, these are more by blood. That's why there was the British nationality at 1948, because it specifically for King George to become English or to adapt to the English crown, he had to adapt the name Windsor. He'd not be able to do it. So in that, he has to look after the children of those that are in the Western Hemisphere, because Africa have their governors. So for us, that's in the Western Hemisphere, and we're all connected, as we know. 'Cause that's why the Commonwealth realm is very important. It's deal with the imperial crown. So let me just show you, because we're in the year of Jubilee. We're in the year of Jubilee. We're in the year of Jubilee.
I have a question. I don't see the American people in the royal house.
Yeah,
and they claim to be in the royal house.
no, they are, is like I say, is they're all apart. So remember, it's family. It's like America has been made into a state. What you're seeing is just to verify or to confirm that there are children or the bloodline that's in the Western Hemisphere, and that is still relevant to this day. So as we know, majority of Americans, they have Caribbean lineage, and this is just to show you that as melanated people in the Western Hemisphere, there is that royalty, there is that crown. So the reason why I'm mentioning in that, because the Crown Estate, as was enacted again, the new one enacted in 2025, for that reason, because again, every time there is a change, they need to manage the estate because it's full of management, right? It's for management because they're managing the estate for us until we remember, and that's why, out of the estates, out of the different family, they created something called the supplication and appropriation main estimate. This is staggering. When I mean this is staggering, we're going to get into it. But because we're in the year of Jubilee, as you can see by Pope Francis, and we have to understand we're in the year of Jubilee.
Lancelot, can you move it to the left a little bit, please?
To the left.
Because yeah, that's it. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So due to the fact that we're in the year of Jubilee, that means again, those that do remember, one second, one moment, just give me a second.
Yes, while we're waiting for Lancelot, can we all share the screen and tap the screen as well? I hope you guys are learning. So, like I said earlier on, everything that you're seeing, this is a second book, Pharaoh to Plantation, and his first book is The Crown is Your Birthright, which is available on his website. But I will give you, when I send out the newsletters tomorrow, I will be sending them tomorrow and Wednesday. You have every link that you need to read the documents. So I'm going to give you everything. Okay, my lovelies. The only thing that you're not going to get at the moment is what Lancelot is using as a presentation, because this is from his book, but this is coming out soon. Okay, but the first book, The Crown is Your Birthright, is available on his website, which I'll drop in the chat, where that will begin your journey to start looking into yourself and finding the information. Okay, so I'll be doing that for you tomorrow, Wednesday. The magazine is coming out.
Thank you.
All right, my people. So remember, we're in the year of Jubilee. And again, the year of Jubilee is very important. Like I say, if you are any individual that keeps up, if you're religious, whatever the situation, you would be able to understand what it is. It's time where they give back your property, and where you remember that if you have to remember first that you have who you are, and again, then you request your property, because that's the time. Very significant time. Look, there has been 2 jubilees gone, from there has been 2025 as we have present, and there was previous one, the extraordinary jubilee of mercy. I don't know if you could see that. Let me on the screen.
Yeah, we can
You can
see
see
it.
it. You can see it, right? So
Yes.
2015 to 2016. But they were the first one. Let's go from. This is from Pope John Paul II, and you can see the first one is called the mystery of incarnation, because at that time, again, 2020, everything changed. Remember, they thought the world was going to end, but the incarnation has started, where those that were from the beginning, meaning the primordial stage, they're reincarnated. Your memory is coming around, and that's why you had the Great Jubilee from 2020. If you remember from then, that's when they created the COVID to distract all of us, and from there they had a lot of other things. So the COVID, they had Mental Health Capacity Act, because when they class you under mental health capacity, they could control your estate. Everyone should know that. Also, they had to bring in the Equality Act and the consolidation. So they were doing a lot of things. Even look, estates of deceased person, forfeiture rules and laws of succession. As you can see, it says an act to amend the laws relating to the distribution of the estates of deceased person. So, and this is when the sovereign grants came in. So they wanted to open up because they knew that they needed the funds to continue the disruption. And they also created the Queen Elizabeth Jubilee, the Diamond Jubilee, but they didn't give us the wealth, they gave the medals. And that was not, again, sufficient. Also, they introduced the inheritance and trustee powers, and this is again same situation 2014, and it says an act to make further provision about the distribution of estates of deceased persons and to amend the laws relating to the power of trustees. As you can see, these are all the intelligence that are going on. Also the intellectual property, like these things are really happening to us. Also the things that they're using to keep us sleeping, psychoactive substance. So we're definitely under pressure. But because the time was up, that's why they had to make the Windrush compensation scheme expenditure. So this is based on how much people know. So based on the amount that you know, that's the amount that would be taken out of the consolidation fund for the expenditure. So this is super important what's going on. Remember, also you had COVID there. Also they introduced covert human intelligence resources. So they've been trying to do a lot of things to make us forget that there is a jubilee now. That's all the thing. That's why they're even now trying to introduce AI for that reason. All right. So, and it's a reason why it's so important. So let me give you some more, because we're dealing with just pinpointing why it's so relevant, the petition. Again, remember, it's a sovereign grant for families of those who are born in parts beyond sea. Right. And also remember, it is in law, right? A statute for those who are born in parts beyond sea, 1350. And it states again, that's why it's so important. Why it's the children. It tells you the king's children declared. You want go ahead, Awaken, just so that
Okay. Yes. So the law of the Crown of England is always hath been and such that the children of the kings of England, in whosoever parts they be born in England or elsewhere, to be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors, with law, our Lord the King, the prelates, earls, barons, and other great men, and all the commons assembled in the Parliament, do approve and affirm forever.
all right, so my people, remember, so this is forever. It cannot be broken. So let me show you again, right? So when they talk about the ancestors and the crown, we're gonna get into it and I'll show you all of the kings that came out within that time, and it's super important. Then we're gonna get into some more of that law, so you could, verify these things that is true. Super. So again, look. Also again, so because England was consolidated, so this is all of the kingdoms before, and as I say, there's 7 crowns, not 1 but 7, right? And there's 7 kingdoms. So where are all the other people, right, that are from all these other kingdoms, right? So let me show you. So because again, they're coming out of Africa from the beginning, all right? And anywhere the pharaohs goes, they have all of their. If you read, they have their sorcerers, their physicians, their porters, their knights, their military, their everything that you could find, right? So look now. So look at this. One second. Let me get it a bit bigger for you.
Lord Lancelot, this is in your book, right? That's available to buy?
Well, this is up the volume 2, but the book has again the timeline like this, and it has again the details just like this, but without
Yeah.
the up to date the pictures and things in as so much. So just wanted to
Right. This is just your personal work.
no. This is gonna be published in a minute. So let me just show you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So this hasn't come to form yet, but there's be a chance to pre-order this. So I'm gonna put that up in the store where you could pre-order. So soon as it comes available, we just send it out. Right. Very important. So look, it's
So
a
much
must.
information. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. The body of work. It's absolutely amazing. And we need to read it and purchase it because it's given us information which is relevant to today. This is an eternal covenant that was made.
Yes.
It blows my mind that it was made for us, the children of the creators of the heavens and the earth, and it's an eternal covenant. And they know this, but they've hidden it.
That's right.
They've hidden it, and they've stolen. Like you said, the royal family get a 31 million grant. They are given extra money. They can go to the government and ask for 31 million pounds
All right.
yearly, just as a grant. And
All
it's a
right.
free one, right? They don't pay it back, right?
Exactly.
So if the Queen's family can do that,
I'm telling you.
we have an inheritance where we're supposed to be able to go and get a grant and say, well, we want a couple of million too, because we are the true bloodline. But lack of knowledge, we don't know what our rights are. And this is written, it's in the constitution, it's written in the parliament in the UK,
You can
that
see.
the children, wherever they've been scattered, it's
Yes.
not just British, it's the whole world.
Whole world.
As
Exactly.
you showed with the crown of Windsor. Look at
Yes.
all the different countries. I was amazed to see New Zealand, Jamaica. They scattered the descendants to these islands, social experiments, psychology. They knew where they placed the children of the original children, their ancestors, so that they could be monitored.
That's right.
And, it's as far as Canada, Jamaica, the Caribbean, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea. They scattered everyone to cause this confusion. So we would lose our identities.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
That's right.
amazing, absolutely amazing to see and get this knowledge.
Go ahead.
It's
Go ahead.
another piece of the puzzle. It's
Yes,
a
it
major
is.
piece of the
It
puzzle.
is.
It's
It is.
astonishing.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We could break if you wanna share your thoughts before I continue, because I wanted to show you. Look, even Scotia, where you get Scotland, the word Scotland, or you have Scotland Island is from Scotia. Scotia, you could see, is the daughter of Nichabus, or the daughter of the Pharaoh Neferu Otet. Look, I did a cross reference, so there's like more than about 4 cross references to show you that Scotland, where you get Scotland from, is a ancient Egyptian pharaoh, female pharaoh. So look, so that means again, those that are in. That's why you get Nova Scotia, Scotland,
In Canada.
Canada. Yeah.
And you have is there a Nova Scotia in Canada, right?
Yes.
And the Celtic so-called Scottish
These are
is
all
originally,
pharaohs.
I believe, from the east, from Africa, right? The Celts.
Yes. So this is who we are originally. I'm sure that's why again
Yes.
we're gonna get through it. Let me show you all of the kings. So that came to England. So we could show that these are melanated people, and it's not what they've been telling us. It's super important. All right, we're gonna get into it 1 second. So, that's why history is so important when it comes to knowing the law. For
My
instance,
darling, sorry, can I just say,
The
go
whole of history.
go on.
Yeah.
do you think your page is being suppressed?
Yeah, yeah, of course, facts. It's
Okay.
I,
Because it's like, why, I'm sending it to people, I'm putting it everywhere, but no one's coming.
That's right. Yeah, I've shared it and shared it. Yeah, they're doing it on purpose, but they can't stop it. They can't stop what's going on.
yeah, it's real. So look, so Septimius Severus is one of the greatest Roman emperor. He's again a black man from Libya. Look, right? He's a Pataic person. He's a Pataic. He's a Phoenician, but Pataic, North Africa. He settled in he settled in York, and also he built the city of London. You know that Wall of London? He was the one that built it. You could find to this day. So look, he's also Cartesian. So everywhere you see there, the York, the North York.
The Bailey Wall.
Yeah, if I don't know.
Yes.
So look now. So I'm gonna show you that kingdom. So he bought his crown. So that's one crown you're gonna know. So this was in from 193 AD. So this is from the AD. York, Septimius. He's again North African, Libyan. He's black, and he was one of the greatest Roman emperor. But they don't speak about him as much. So if he's from York and London, he would represent. Let me show you now, so we could understand that the kingdoms that we're mentioning is not like it's so in this that it's not a wide kingdom. So look, Awaken live near Mercia. So one of the kingdom Mercia. So this is the term where you get America from. Also, so you might not know it, but this is where you get America from. Let me find it. So you could also go get on Amazon also, right? But look, let me just show you because I add it up. I don't know why I bring it down. Because Mercia is old America, so it's the kingdom of before America existed, right? It's super important, just to show you that it is the kingdoms, the older kingdoms. The names got changed for a reason. So as you can see, right, it tells you there. Let me just shift over a little bit.
So shift over. Yeah, that's right.
So
A bit more, Lancelot, to the right,
1 second.
or make it smaller. That's it. That's it. Got it.
Look, so 1 second. Add up earlier. One more. Add up earlier. So America was named in the 19th century. This is super important for everyone to understand because add up early. I'll get it back to this. But Mercia is this kingdom, and London is Wessex. So they're the two crowns already from Septimius Severus is Mercia and Wessex. Remember, this is Septimius Severus is from North Africa. All right. So as you can see in England, is just already there 2 kingdoms, so 2 crowns already. Just to show you the obvious, again, is coming out of Africa. Let me show you some more. It's super important. So you have Peninsula Niger, another one. This is again, you have the original Jesus from, but you have Marcus Aurelius, right? Marcus Aurelius Antonius, very important. Also Africa. Look, they talk about the Illyrian Moors, right? From 1200. So Marcus Aurelius, the Illyrian Moors. This was in Cumbria, right? So if if they weren't within a part of the kingdom, they wouldn't go there. So Cumbria is also in Mercia. So that is again another emperor with another crown. So what this is what I'm mentioning. So super important. Again, let's go. Let me show you some more. This is super important. So, and we're gonna get into where all the crowns are from. So you would have all of in the Imperial Roman army, was the military land force of the Roman Empire. These are all Africans. So these are legions. The legions, 15 Apollos. You have Maurice. We have Marinus from. You have Glatus, Curtius, Justus. You have the Fibim Legion that's coming out of Luxor. Fibin is a Luxor. So as you can see, you have Valeria, you have Victor. These are all, and if you know legions, they're talking about military, right? That's why it says, the Imperial Roman army was the military. So these are all Africans that came out and super important. And they all settled in Africa. But I'm going to show you why the crown is so important. So before we get into it, let me just show you something, right? Let me just show you why we are the original. Let me just show you why again. Let me just show you why again. The king's children declare inheritable in England wheresoever parts. All right. The law of the crown of England is and always. Let me bring it back so everyone can see. And always, let's have to keep, because this is so significant. I have to make sure everyone knows, like, this is forever, right? And again, just to show you from here, let me just go to this main part again. There, this is super, super important, right? Super important, because we're going to show you that those kings that we think that they're English, they're not. Remember? Royal House of Windsor, this is the old house coming out of Mercia. Windsor, in actual Windsor, Mercia, Wessex. Remember, these are all royal, these are all imperial children. Imperial, because there is an imperial crown. Every time when I went in Parliament and asked, what about the imperial crown? They keep denying, saying there's no imperial crown. But I'm going to show you. So remember, George V to Elizabeth, their ancestors are from Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. So remember when we talk about, look again, the law of the crown of England is and always have been such that the children of the kings of England, in wheresoever parts they be born in England or elsewhere, be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors, right? Yeah? Look, which laws our Lord the King, the prelates, earls, baron, and other great men, and all the commons assembled in this parliament do approve and affirm forever. But look, ancestors, right? So I just show you, remember, so from George V to Elizabeth, their ancestral, yeah, they are coming from Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. That's their house. See, it says ancestral
Lord
house.
Lancelot, Lord
Go ahead.
Lancelot. Who is Saxburg and what house is that? Saxburg. Who are they?
Germans.
They're Germans.
Yeah.
So they're the ones that hijacked the bloodline, right?
But let me show you. Let me get into it. All right, look
That's
again.
what I just need clarity. They hijacked the true bloodline.
That's right. No, but they look. So, like I say, because we're not informed. So the there were supposed to be one of us that took the throne, but due to the fact that we like I say, the wars took place, so he adapted the name Windsor. That's why their name Windsor. It was an adaptation to the throne. They become original. So
They
those
stole it. They stole it.
basically.
They stole it through the war. That's what the war was about.
That's
They
right.
wanted the crown, right? So
That's
they
right.
stole it through the war and took the inheritance of our ancestors, the true royal bloodline, right?
That's right. So let me even confirm it more what you just said. Let me just show you because this is like I say over here we're dealing with like our reality, our actual reality. Look, let me show you something. This is so super superior. It's like supreme. Okay, 1 sec. Need to find this alien 17 alien. Where is this? Where are these aliens? Let me show you these aliens. So look, it's just all right. Let me just bring it over here a little bit. You can see at the down here it says I highlight it so everyone can see Aliens Act 1698, right? William the Third. So an act. So William the Third is of Orange, German, right? So an act to enable His Majesty's natural born subject to inherit the estate of their ancestors, either lineal or corporeal or collateral, and notwithstanding their mother and father were aliens. All right, natural born subjects within the king's dominion of aliens and ancestors. Come again. Highlighting that part. For alien ancestors inherit as if those through whom they make title had been natural born subject. You understand what I'm trying to say? These are aliens, right? That's why again, this is what secure us because these are aliens. They're not from the kingdom because they're not, as we can see. So it shows you, right? Ancestors. These are aliens. So we are the original. That's why again the crown is in trust for us because that's why they created the Crown Estate Act. Let me show you something. Let me show you what's so important. All right.
It's also telling you that in the 1600s, they were given grants of how much?
Keep cutting out. All right.
You cut out.
Yeah,
Eva, we
sorry.
couldn't hear you. You're cutting out.
So let's show you this.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. It is.
Yes.
Yeah, when we're talking about the 31 million grant for 2025 for the royal family, they were given this grant out in the 1600s. It says, I think it's 700 and something thousand. So this grant is just showing that every year these people have been given grants. It's our money, rightfully. They've been given grants. It's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. It says so on the slide you just showed. So it's
Yeah.
just confirming that they have been doing this yearly, year in, year out. They go and apply for these grants, and they've been given how many trillions of pounds over the how many thousands, hundreds of years? It's uncountable.
Yeah. So
And it's stolen. It's stolen money. It's our inheritance. It's not theirs.
the thing is that the crown cannot cannot be estimated. It's an endless value. I'm gonna, like I said, we're gonna get into something like, different. Let me show you what's going on.
Priceless. It's priceless. There's no end. There's no beginning and there's no end. It's priceless.
So look now, right? So there is the original act. Let me show you
Sorry,
something.
love. You move it to the right a little. You move it
Yeah,
to the right a little bit.
one
Coming
second.
off screen.
Okay. Well, no, it was
Let me
just,
know if you want me to read it.
yeah. 1 second. So it was the Regency Act. If you look up what the Regency is, it means. Look, it shows you over here, right? 1 second. Just let me give you the breakdown of this. Because look, it goes. So this is the chapter. It goes an act to provide for the administration. See, administration of the government in the case of the crown should descend to any issue of His Majesty, whilst such issue shall be under the age of 18 years, and for the care and guardianship of such issue. Remember, this is us, because this is coming from the Children Act 1908. And this is why it says from here, the children, yeah, that's why it says this.
Lord Lancelot, isn't this child benefit? Everyone in the UK is entitled to child benefit until they reach the age of 18.
But this is based on those that are heirs to the crown. Look again. Let me just show you again. Look, we have been taken out of our estate. That's the whole point. It's the definitely is bait, but because remember these are foreigners, we are heirs. That's why if remember I showed you, look, all of this. Remember, there's not one crown. There's 7 crowns, right? And these 7 crowns are spread all over. Let me just go back again, because it's important to understand that the level that we're operating at is not a state level; it's a crown level. So, and that's why I'm going to show you something important again, because I have to establish that it's not, the level is above everything that you could imagine. That's how much power we have. There is no limit to who we are at this moment. Let me just show you again. So it's super important. I have to open this up so I can see it clearly. I'll keep going down. Keep going. That's why. So see that again. Look, as I could show you, there is 7 crowns. So when it states something like the law of the crown, because the law of the crown, and this is why it's so important. The law of the crown deals with this act, right? It deals with this act, the act of supremacy, because the crown is coming from somewhere. It's supreme, the crown. And this was again, and it shows you, look, the act restoring to the crown the ancient jurisdiction over the state ecclesiastical and spiritual, and abolition of all foreign powers prognant to the same. Look, so we have the power to abolish all foreign powers. Let me show you again. As you can see, look, we're talking about the other crowns that belongs to us, because the crown, based on where it's coming from, it has more power. That's why Rome.
What?
Sorry, my darling.
Say that again, please.
Go on now.
1 second.
Say that again, please, Lord Lancelot. That was very powerful.
I know,
We have
I'm
the power to
excited.
do what?
To abolish all foreign powers. Look, it says it. I know, that's why it's the mothers that did it for a reason. That's what I'm saying. This
It blows your mind, right? Universal Queen just blows your mind.
That's
This
why.
stuff
Look again.
blows your mind.
Baby, they're gone. They're gone.
I'll be excited. That's true. It's true. Go on. It's needed. It's needed. That's what I'm saying. Remember, we're in the year of Jubilee. It's time for us to act like now. They have to get it, because everything can be proven, not by myself, but by the law. That's why the mother did this. So that's why, again, The mothers are so intelligent because they were the one that put this down for the sense of equality, because they knew there was going to be a time when their children going to be again discriminated. She knew this, but we haven't get into the whole the presentation from the, because it's so important, the presentation. That's why I'm saying just pre-order this, because it's gonna explain the whole reason why it's so powerful. So again, look, let me show you again. That's why again I deal with intellectual intelligence over spiritual, because why? The crown, the mother, all right, the crown has power over over all patriarchal, because as you
Yes.
know, Ecclesiastes are patriarchal people, and spiritual,
Yes.
right? And it has, and look, and abolishing all foreign powers. So look again. Remember, so we are those. So look again. Remember, let me just show you. This is so like look, I'm impressed every time. Just this one.
I think we're supposed to seek it.
Look
We're
at this.
Oh,
supposed
yes,
to
my darling.
decree and declare that we abolish
Look again.
all
Yes,
foreign
Yes.
powers. We have
Yes,
to speak
baby.
it.
no, but look,
We really have to decree and declare it.
that's why the
Yes.
petition is there, because the petition already declared by I adapted the same law, because it tells you in the look, it tells you here, look, the children, the kings, look, King Edward is telling you this. So remember, he's a black man, right? He's saying a statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea. Again, King Edward, look, he's speaking for the children. So he's speaking for this, for let me show you. He's speaking for the children based on those that might administrate the laws wrong. So he tells you again, just to make sure no one cannot remove this. But again, we can be distracted. They said the king's children declared. He's speaking as he's representing all the children inheritable in England, wheresoever born. And it shows you the law of the crown. So it's not talking about it's talking about the highest law you can get. You can't get no higher than this.
Yes.
You get what I'm trying to say?
My darling, I feel like you should be on a stage right now.
I feel the same way. I'm not gonna lie. I feel that's why I want to be able to promote, where I go around, I do the tours, big screen, so that everyone can see it clearly. I know.
Can I just ask, please, because I'm writing notes, how long does this Jubilee last? It's not just 1 year, is it?
It keeps so in right now. Right now, we haven't the date hasn't really like finalized. It should be. It should be.
It
Well, it
says
should.
something like the 6th or the 26th of January 2026, but they haven't actually put a date on this one. But
Yeah.
the Jubilee will be ending January. This is why Lancelot wants to get everything done by end of September, October.
Oh
Can't-
my.
Listen, I'm trying to let everyone know how serious this is. Things can change tomorrow if we want.
Yes.
I
Everything.
know, darling, I've heard you say this. No
Everything
one's
that you
listening.
wish. I know. It's like I know, because they either they're trapped in spirituality, or they're trapped under oppression.
They're not
Because
awakened. But can even just a small amount of us be able to do it still?
yeah,
And then we could change the laws and kick the bald heads out of town.
but
Yeah, we're going to do it anyway. So
Let me just show you.
Lancelot's we're going to sign it, but we're just giving them time. If not, we will be doing it. Don't worry, the women are here. We're going to get it done.
No, definitely. Let me show you, because look. I'm telling you how like I say, this is a serious. Even though I'm on it, it's super serious. Look, we know how government works. If the numbers are too small, they could put everything underneath the carpet. The whole point. It's not like it. You know, like how you do a protest. So a protest is based on law, the weight. So the amount of people that comes out is to show you how serious it is. So, like I say, instead of people protesting for reparation, they're supposed to protesting for their crown, because it's in you. I'm showing you. It's clear. Look again. Look at this. Like I say,
So this is my new purpose, and I'm not going to do all the legal, jargon. I'm just going to start posting that there's a petition for us to sign,
Come on
and
now.
then obviously direct it to you.
Come on
Yeah.
now. Just
So look
direct it to
again.
the website and everyone can sign from there. I've put the website in the chat.
Yes, my darling, I got it. Thank you.
So look again, my people. Look, this is the royal house. So the royal house is coming from Windsor, from Wessex. So again, Wessex, I showed you, that's the old kingdom. Remember, they're not from King George is not from that. That's not their ancestral. Their ancestral is from Germany, Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. Right? Again, you can look it up if you want. Queen Elizabeth. That's why King Charles or Charles is not the king. He's not. He's run out for the reason you could find it. Look again. I'm showing you. This is their ancestral. Look, it show us now our ancestral. Look, it tells you after as we are. Look, and again, I read this for again important. The laws of the crown of England is and always have been such that the children of the kings. We have to say, look, where are all the kings? And that's why I showed you the kingdom of England in whatsoever parts they be born in England or elsewhere be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death. So he's saying after. So all of those ancestors that came before us, these are the ones that we're talking about, right? Remember, this is also forever. It's not going away no time soon, and it will never go away. Because if it goes away, that means all of these foreigners they go away too. You understand? They just keep playing so that we don't remember. Let me just show you again. Look at this. So that's why knowing the law is so important. Look, that's why.
Honey, I did know that the Germans stole it and there was no bloodline, and I knew all about that,
Yeah,
and why we learned German in school,
yeah.
and I just don't understand why no one else does.
Because the law, no, those that are in the upper seat, they know.
Yes.
But
Okay.
this is
People
where we.
know, people knows even, but they don't really consider it. That's it. They leave it like that. And the fact is, really, I mean, like 5 years ago, really, I was working with the housing association, and obviously we was going to the parliament sometimes, even
Yeah,
to assist and everything.
yeah,
And when the youth they again analyze now each
yes,
other,
yes,
of course, and this is for that they again
yes,
analyze and we ask help. And me personally, I was really desperate, and I was on the street to ask for help because we used to wipe the blood even in the
wow,
road, and the police they was not doing nothing. Well, I talked to one of the secretary, and the only thing she told me is like, listen, Alkebulan, they don't want you here, they don't need you, and all this stuff. I was in shock really. From there, practically, I start traveling in Africa more and more, because I was in shock really with all the work we do, with all the tasks and everything. Really, when I ask for help, they will reject that because obviously it was one of the manipulation. Even the youth, our youth can analyze each other
yes,
for no reason practically.
yes.
It's actually making me feel sick, to
No,
be honest.
it's sickening. I was sick, and yeah, I had to come back in here by force. But it's sickening. The country is devilish from inside out. Practically, that's why they made it.
But it's for this purpose. I'm going to show you how
Yes.
it's for this. Because remember, if we focus on the crown, we have power to remove all of those foreigners. Remember, everyone that says, majority of the people that say that they're English, they're Germans. Because if they
Yeah,
follow the Queen, they know this.
yeah, we
All
know.
right. So, but this is the reason why I aimed at something that cannot be removed, that has the highest power. So, if the females know it, because they're the one that put it in place for the reason your mothers and your primordial mothers and fathers put this in because it's all in the presentation. So look, let me just show you even one more. Look again. Look at it. It shows you all spiritual jurisdiction united to the crown. So the crown has power to unite everything. Look what I'm saying. Look at this. Look. I'm gonna be able to read this, right? Or awaken if you want. You could.
I'll read it. I'll read it.
Alright.
So I can got it. So can you move it along as I read along? Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Where do
And
you, wait, one
so
second. Where you want me to? Can you see
no,
it
no,
now?
no, no. To the left. That's it.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you. And the such jurisdiction privilege superior. It's too small, Lancelot. I can't
One
see it.
second. All right, one second. Let me
I'm gonna
get.
try, but I ain't got my glasses on.
Oh, all right.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to go across this way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right.
Okay, can we go back to the beginning? Right, there you go. And that such jurisdictions, privilege, superiorities, and preeminence, spiritual
Okay.
and ecclesiastic,
Yes.
as by any spiritual or ecclesiastic power of authorities. What's
Yeah.
that with health?
Yeah.
I can't see that last.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is. That's how they write it. Have.
Health. Okay.
Yeah.
We have to go back again.
Yeah. You're right. So
I can't see the words that's come off the page.
you go this way now.
Yes.
Okay. I know.
Therefore, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Heretofore be or may lawfully be exercised or used for the visitation
Yes.
of
Of the.
the
Yeah. And then you have to go back. Oh, sorry. I have to look at this.
same and of all manner of errors, heresies, schisms, abuse, offences, contentment.
Yes. Yeah.
I have to go back the other way. And enormities
All right.
shall forever by the authorities of
Yeah.
this present parliament be united, annexed to the imperial crown of the realm.
So again, there is an imperial crown. That's why I show you this, right? The House of Windsor is an imperial house. These are royal. This is a royal. Their ancestors are royal. Look again. There is an imperial crown. That's why again, the act of supremacy. So, my people, they don't say that. They don't tell you about there's an emperor. That's why the emperor came to United Kingdom and made the Statue of Westminster. Just to remind you that the Statue of Westminster is the chartered house for the imperial crown, because that goes all the way to the River Nile. There's an imperial crown, my people. That's the difference. That's why we're different. We're way beyond them. This is why the mother is imperial. It's the reason.
Honey, it just makes so much sense. It's sorry, where's my lady gone? Elish said it's not like the final jigsaw piece, but it is the whole picture
Yes.
making sense. It's like, wow, you dirty rats.
Let me show you now. Let me show you. So look again now. Look, this is remember, because what I'm doing it for the children, and again, as even though we're adult, we're still the children of the kings, right? So look, let me show you. Again, this is important. Let me just go through this. This is why again, look, it shows you. Let me go over some more. Let me just go through this, because for real, it would need a bigger screen, and it will be more easier for everyone. So an act to provide for the administration of the government in case in case the crown shall descend to an issue of Her Majesty, His Majesty, while such issue shall be under the age of 18 years, and for the care and guardianship of such issue. And look, it says, look at this, whereby your majesty, by your majesty's royal message to both House of Parliament, has been pleased to recommend that provision shall be made for a regency in certain events. Look, a regency. If you look that again, look, it tells you what it is. All right. So after that, it goes down here. Look at this. That's why it's so important. Let me see. Again, look. If on the demise of His present Majesty, whose God long preserve, any child or of His Majesty's succession to the crown, whilst under the age of 18 years, Her Majesty Queen Mary shall be the guardian and have the care and tuition of such child until the child attain the age of 18 years, and until that time shall have the disposition, ordering, and managing of all matters and things relating therefore. That's why we have the crown estate, because now they're corporate crown, they manage our estate. So when you talk about the children, it's not only them, but because they're in control, they're reserving the right for themselves, right? Look, it goes, look, this is how important it is, seriously. It goes, Her Majesty Queen Mary shall, let me go over so you can see. It's super important. This breaks it. Look, Her Majesty Queen Mary shall, until such children attain the age of 18 years and no longer have full powers and authority in the name of such child and in such stead of such child and under the style and title of the regent. So they're not king for real. They're under this style. So under this, they give them the power to be, right, to exercise and administer according to the law. You see, so this breaks make sure that this for us is still in place and always be, because therefore under the style of the region to exercise and administer according to the laws and constitution thereof, the royal powers and government of this realm and all the dominions, countries, and territories. That's why you see, they govern in this. All right, look, countries, territories belonging to the crown thereof. Remember again, look, the law of the crown of England. It's gonna get more clearer. I'm gonna make, trust me. Think this is clear yet? You ain't seeing clarity yet. Watch thereof, and use, exercise, and perform all prerogatives, authority, and acts of the government and administration of the government that belongs to the sovereign of this realm. Because the sovereign are us, the children, because we are the imperial crown. We're imperial again, because we're coming from Pharaoh, the bloodline, right? And because the word imperial means Pharaoh. That's what the word means. From imperium to impero is Pharaoh. Serious, my gosh. That's why you see Scotia is where you have Scotland from. She's the daughter of Amenhotep III. So all of the children, the crown, came to wherever they are. Look, let me just finish this part. Look, of the realm to use, execute, and perform according to the law thereof, but in such manner and subject to such condition, restriction, and limitation and regulation as are contained in this act. So they are restricted, right? It gets even better. But for this reason, let me show you something. So remember, foreigners, right? Let me show you again. Look, look. Let me show you. We were removed. Look, 1689. 1689. Let me show you this. 1689. Look at this. Look at it. Look. 1689. You see this? Can you see that awaken?
You can see it.
You want me to enlarge it or you could read it?
I can read it.
Okay.
Paragraph 3. By taking the children of the Protestant noblemen
Hold
and
it there, hold it
gentlemen.
there, hold it there, hold it. Look again. Remember, once just trying to make everyone understand. These children they're talking about. So it's talking about us, right? Look, yeah, just to make sure you know. Go on.
Right. Paragraph 3. By taking the children of the Protestant noblemen and gentlemen, sending and keeping them abroad to be bred, Baptist, making great funds and donations to popes, schools and college abroad, bestow pensions upon priests and prevailing Protestants from the religion by offers of places, performance and pensions and pensioners.
So this is 1689. Remember the removals, right? Like so, we were removed again from our houses. This the children. That's why the fact that we end up there for that reason. We got removed. That's why the British Nationality Act 1948 through the Windrush when they wanted they did the consensus, and they when they did the consensus they saw that though there are citizens that were by blood, not nationality but by blood, and that's why they got them back. It wasn't because they created obviously they created a scandal around it to say, okay, let's get them back by work, because for them to continue the kingdom they needed the children because no foreigner couldn't do it. They needed the crown to be with them. That's why they brought them back. It wasn't because of they needed work and that.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Like we have to understand what's going on. Like it's serious.
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So I've just found out, well, my dad was born in 1932. He had me when he was 50. And he told me that he was, obviously he's from the Kingdom of Benin, and that he was a, like higher up in society.
Yeah.
I don't want to say prince, but
Say
because I
prince.
was,
Say prince. He is a prince. What do you mean?
okay, darling,
Look,
okay.
no, look again. Look, if the children of the kings, we're all prince and princesses. We literally, but like I say, some of us still stay in that area, but still we're taking out the education knowledge of themselves. But like we all are. It's not a joke. Like it's real. It's like we have to wake up from the illusion of we have just been taken out of our state. Remember the crown. We literally again look on just to remind everyone. This is some serious. Look, if there's an imperial crown, where are all the imperial children? We are all the imperial children.
It's true.
I'm telling you, it's not a joke. Like we
Some
have to
people
wake up.
see it, some people not. My what is it? My uncle, what is it? No, the uncle of my grandma was a king, and I know it for a fact. The whole thing
All
I
right.
know. And I always says to my kids, you know, I have two kids. I says you are the prince, and I explain to them because we are really
Real, real.
we are.
See, now I've always told my son that he is he would be king. Oh my God, I feel so sick. But what I was gonna say is I can't remember because I was so young. So and when I say, oh, my dad was a prince, they're like, oh, we didn't have, chief. Everyone just puts it down. But I was speaking to my uncle, who isn't my dad's side, it's my mother's side, and he found out my surname's Ebahon, that we Nigeria, the Kingdom of Benin, the
Yeah,
King Umar,
yeah,
we were related to those.
yeah. It's serious. Like I'm saying, the presentation gets into it. Let me show you again. So remember, This 2025, this crown estate is now a corporation. So again, these look, they only have the power. They only were given the power to handle royal power. We have imperial power. Listen, I'm trying to say. That's why again, look. That's why look. That's why look. That's why it tells you the act of supremacy. The crown restoring to the an act of restoring to the crown the ancestor so the ancestor jurisdiction. So the ancestor jurisdiction. You should say the ancestor. That's what they just mix up the word so you don't say it properly. So if you're saying about the ancestor jurisdiction, look, we're talking about our ancestors. So this is when the
Deo
presentation.
initiate. Sorry, it's 11/11 on the 11th. This is it, baby. This is it. So
No,
be
it's not.
it.
It's real.
Ashe,
No, it's real.
Asheo.
Ashe,
So look again. Yeah, look, that's why I want all the women to come and take and
Ashe.
know. Look now. So look, because they know it's Jubilee and they need money to continue disrupting everyone. So they did this. Let me show you this now. This is based on the consolidation of all the crowns, right? Look again. So look now. So this is where you get this. You're gonna be astonished. These things. Look now. So this is crazy. So look, you have, like I said, everything I could prove. It's not everything I could prove in law. Legislation.gov. Supply and appropriation. All right. Main estimate 2025. Right. So look, this is what they're taking out from us. Right. Because remember that queen. Look, I just want to keep. I want to give you a reference again. Look. Let me just show you the reference again. This is so important. This has to always be there, so at least we keep the memory is there. That's why look, I have to put this there, right? Because we have to show that. Remember, these are foreigners, right? So these are what is recognized for the rest of the bloodlines that are scattered, right? This is like the memory of all of the bloodlines that are scattered because it's in law, right? So look now, again, if you read it, so the consolidation. So this is super important, right? You
Cry,
wanna,
Universal. Don't cry. Make it happy.
you wanna,
The emoji is not good for the algorithm.
yeah, you wanna go ahead? We can answer that, because this is where it gets.
Right, let me see. Right, an act to authorize the use of resources for the year ending with the 31st of March 2025 to authorize both the issue of sums of the consolidation fund and the application of the income for the year, and to appropriate the supply authorized for the year by the act and by the, I can't see that word, is covered. Is that
Which one?
some support? Okay, support and
Supply.
the, is that supply? Sorry. Okay, supply and the appropriation, anticipation and adjustment act in 2025.
Look, all right. This is where it gets super. So you know what's going on, right? Remember, foreigners. Yeah. So look, they're using it for their own foreign means, right? Look. So look, just this part. This part is very important. It's gonna get into the top part.
Whereas the Commons of the United Kingdom in Parliament assembled have resolved to authorise the use of resources and the issue of sums out of the consolidation fund towards making good the supply which they have granted to His Majesty in the sessions of Parliament. Be
So
it therefore,
yeah. So remember, they granted to remember again to foreigner. Remember, this is the founder and Queen Elizabeth. Charles is now right. Yeah. So to now a foreign. Remember, we're not foreigners. Look, but we are still they need us for this to happen. But look now, just jump to the sums, right? Just from the top. Shall I just jump to the main one? Can everybody see though? Can everyone see what's going on? Can you see the
Yes, we
numbers?
can see. We can see.
Can you see the
Yeah,
numbers?
we can.
All right. Look at this. This is what it is right here. Could everyone try to count that? Look, read this bit though. Read this bit for them. Oh wait.
Okay. Appropriation of resources authorized for the use for the year 2025 and 2026. Yeah. The sum following, which is 1/3/340/387/000.
My people, look. Look. I told you. If we don't know the law, they could lie to us. They say this. We're in a recession. Something, bro. This isn't. How is it possible? And I know everyone.
Honey, all I can think about is the children are going to eat in Africa. I
I'm
just
telling
keep thinking that, everyone's going to be titled, the
you.
youths of today titled. I just feel weak.
It's not trillion. It's more than a trillion.
Mm.
Sunflower. That is not no trillion right there. Literally, that nowhere near a trillion. It's beyond that. That's what I'm saying. It's not a joke what we're dealing with. That's why I made
And I know
sure.
who has it as well.
Uh, look, it
I know
tells
who's
you,
hiding it.
but it
Yeah, they're
tells you.
not even
Look,
using the money. They haven't been using the money. They're just borrow on it. So it's been sitting there waiting for
Yeah,
us.
and I know whose banks that money's in, let me tell you.
so but the whole point is this again, right? This is based on the crown, right? And that's why it's about us. It's our inheritance. Because let me just so now remember. Look how important this is now. Now I could get into everything. So remember this. Really, just because I wanted to make sure everyone understand what's going on, right? So remember to share though, because share what's going on. Let 'cause these people are dealing with us away. Um. Okay. Let me share it. Let me just 1 second. Unless I'm going. This is now where it's gonna make even more sense because now you're gonna know the history of the matter. It's gonna make even more sense. All right. Let me just.
Oh, wow.
It's gonna make more sense. It's gonna make more sense. Watch this.
Sunflower, thank you so much.
It's gonna make more sense. Remember, watch this. Gonna make more sense. All right. So remember again. All right. It's about the crown. Right. Let me show you what's good. All right. This is what's good. This is what's good. So we're gonna go from the beginning of our times. All right. It's gonna go from the beginning. Gonna go from the beginning. So, all right. So we're gonna start now. Look again. It's weird, but this is how it starts. So, as we know, right, this is called a periodic table of elements. All right. Elements is what is controlled. Like elements is what creates biology, physics, chemistry, and every creator or every inventor is named after the invention. So you have atom is where you get atom from, right? And it shows you down to the elements, it's a family. So this is like the first elements that is ever, but it's real as in the first people, the first culture. That's why if you go into what it means, it tells you it's a story. So you have proton, and it tells you, in Greek, protos meaning first or before. So before any religion and everything, we're talking about those first people. Electrons meaning to put out or to pick out. So the first people came out, right? Neutron meaning neither, or in Kemet it says nature, neither, nature, either. That means energy. So the first people to come out of the energy, meaning the primordial waters, meaning the waters of Nun, right? This is the mother function, the watery one. That's why you have the primordial waters of Nun. But this function also still had a male and female principle, a balance, right? That's why you could find in the balance of the waters, but the mother is the head. That is where that's where she creates, right? You have Not, you have Ananet, you have E, you have Innet, you have Ki, you have Ki Net, you have Amun, and you have Amunet, right? And this is where, as you get Atum, you get the family. So as we have atoms in our blood, but some of us have more atoms than others. That's why you get deficiency. That's why some people can stand in the sun, because it's made from the. So this is the bloodline. So we are literally a bloodline of the sun. That's why it's so important. That's why the earth belongs to the sun. Everyone should know that the earth belongs. The solar
Yes.
system belongs to the sun, and we, as primordial beings, every every atom is a real person. Like in our culture, is real, and different atoms, they are like hydrogen, all have characteristics. Like Shu would be air, Nephinet could be same equivalent. You have Gad, ground, and moisture. So then this is where you have the distribution. But this is what they call ancient Egypt. Like that's why before in times we have our culture. We have Amun, meaning self-created. We didn't. We were evolved from the beginning. There weren't no, like how those Mazungus talking about, evolved from the monkeys. That was them. We we devolved from the stars. That's why it tells you that's where it's coming from, because we were self-created. So we was in accordance with nature, accordance with the mother. That's why you have Ra, you have Kepera, and this is where you get the Greek mythology from,
I
right? And
had
this
an
is,
argument with a Jamaican yesterday about this when I said that we are children of the sun and the stars, and he had a meltdown.
I know that's what I'm saying. We people are have been programmed so much, but look, this is also documented, and this is why it's so important, because it's also I provide the doc where you could find it. Nepta Plata, right? This is in Nubia in the desert. Again, this is where again you could, over the archaeological site you could find over 7,500 BC. That's what the Mazungus tried to give a date on, right? To water it down, but in the Egyptian astrology, it shows you, right? It's a prehistory, so it doesn't have a time. If you're giving it a time, that means you're guessing, right? It could be trillions of years. If it's prehistory, meaning pre their history, they could water it down to try to keep up. Look, pre-dynastical eras. It tells you in five the fifth billion million BC, Plato, Napta. This is where you could find these things in the Amun Ra, the temple of Amun Ra in Karnak. So like these are places that you come. They talk about the Egyptian calendar, again about the stars, eh, everything. So look at this. Remember, because they don't want us to know about the stars, because this is the why it's so important. Because if you know about the stars in our culture, there are stars that are indestructible. So there are us, right? When we know ourselves that are indestructible, just like you have Simeon Toku, indestructible stars. Remember, we breathe in oxygen and we give off carbon dioxide. For fire to light, it needs oxygen and it gives off carbon dioxide. We have a lit fire within us. That's why. That's why the invention of a radio is a solar technology, because it's a Ra and Dios radio. Ra, radio. It's giving the credit to Ra, because this was our technology, because we are channeling from the sun. We are channeling. The voice is coming from the sun. That's why it's called a radio. It's picked up on the signal. But again, that's why we are the stars, for instance, because it tells you the stars are indestructible. Just like Urus Major, Urus Minor, just like Nazareth, right? These are actual stars, North Star, that are indestructible. So if we knew that we are indestructible, remember this, that's what I'm saying. That's why We are self-created, indestructible. That's why they don't want us to. That's why it says the ones not knowing destructions. The ones not knowing. So it's not mean one, but there's multiples of ones. So imagine this type of power to our children. Imagine that, because the only thing that destroys us is fear. But imagine if we know that's why they don't want us to study our culture.
I mean, this is this is why I feel so weak, because it just means that our whole lineage of the future, our bloodlines from now on, will never have to scrimp or save or struggle, and we can just create. And I feel, I just feel so weak.
It gets better. No, it gets better. That's why the whole point is to focus on your crown. You're gonna see. You're gonna see, and there's gonna look. So you could. So remember, all of these are things that is reference. You could go find it. So like the book of Nut, it tells you about the astrological text. It tells you about the foundation of the course of the stars. You could find this. It's there. That's why you have, like in church, you have deacons. Deacons are the ones that Egyptians use, again, constellation of stars called deacons to track the passage of time and create the calendars. Remember, you have Gregorian calendar, the deacons, right? This is where they copying our history from. Look again. Talk about the indestructibles. They talk about Osiris. They know about that. Sobet, and you have Orion. These are things that exist. We could see it. We don't need no one to tell us. We know that it's there. Remember this? You could find all of these texts in the major cities like Hermopolis, Heliopolis, Memphis, Thebes. Very important. Look, we have been traveling from the beginning of time. That's why in certain hieroglyphic texts, you could find, if you use the intelligence, or if you have enough intelligence to know what is written. There's something called the solar bar quest. It says vessels. So if it gives you vessels, that means it's not just they denote it in their local as the boat of 1,000 millions of years. So we've been traveling millions of years, but when you talk about the solar bar quest, it could be your Merkaba, it could be your spaceship, but it's showing you that the level of our intelligence goes all the way up to the sun. So our movement is like the sun. We've been about. We have not been travel. We haven't started traveling 300 years ago based on slavery. That's a lie. That is a lie, just to minimize, just to make us feel little. But now look, very important text. It's some dua. The duat meaning, they say the underworld, right? But in Egypt, based on your intelligence, you will know that the dua is represented as a star. So they're saying the underworld is what you see. So you see the sun. The sun is your soul. Because if you say where your soul, you're gonna say that your soul is in another world, but it's not. It's right. You can see your soul. Because why would your soul be somewhere else when you're here? That's not possible. That doesn't make no sense. That's all Christianity complex. Your soul is where you can see. These are the stars that are here. The stars that you can't see in the day is you on the ground. The stars that is in the night is those that are sleeping. The stars that you can't see in the day is those that are walking. That's why we are sun people, literally. But you could find this in the books, like the books of the gate, the books of the caverns. These are funeral texts also. The Amdad, this is where you get the books of you would say the coming of day, or the coming of day, or the book of dead. Everyone that knows it, right? Don't have to get into the word, but this is one of the most intellectual hieroglyph, if you know what it means. Seriously, this is the administration from how to reincarnate. So how to be able to know the law. It tells you it's called a weighing of the art for a reason. Meaning you have to know yourself. It shows you. The rules are all written on there. Look, for instance, when you weigh in the feather along the art, that means you have to know yourself down to the atom. That's how light. What is lighter than a feather? An atom. So that's why, remember, your cellular body is atoms. So you have to know yourself down. That's why there are scientists. All of these chiefs are scientists. That's why, again, you have someone like Simeon Toku. He knows about the laws. But look, it's showing you that it's not spiritual. It's intelligence. As in, even in the spiritual realm, you have to be intelligence to know your way around, because it's all documented. Nothing ain't new. And this is the reason why, again, we have to understand that everything is already here. It's just that we have to remember. This is why you have like Horus, for instance. He has the eye, meaning he's knowing what he's looking for. Serious. To be able to reincarnate. But look up here. Let me show you right here. This is the order of the life. In this order, it shows you Horus has got the sun on top. He's even before Osiris, because the sun is the start of life, is how you reincarnate. Just like every year in summertime you get a blossom. It shows you this is the reality. It's not a mystery, it's the reality. The sun is the center of life. The sun, without the sun, there's no life. Electrical signals have to come into your brain for you to be able to see. But these are the type of intelligence that you have to have if, again, we are as a mother, because remember, the mothers are the one that is with the law, because they're the one that is with Osiris, as you can see. It's super important. So look, but you could find this as the 21 secret portal of the mansion of Osiris in the field of reeds. Super important. And again, another one. This is so important because this deals with memory. If anywhere you're going, anywhere you're traveling, based on the memory you have, you'll be able to control the chaos. That's why even, you see, so this is Ra. It is also Pharaoh name. The Pharaoh is Kemun Otet, right? The ram head, right? When you say ram, it's also memory. A ram is a memory, and Ra is memory. So the highest of memory, if you're able to connect, is there. So when he travels, because he's talking about the traveling, if you're going into like, see, like where we're in Babylon, we're in modern day Babylon, which is Europe. It says you have to have your memory, so you can't leave your home without having the memory. That's why if you travel, you have to always remember where you're coming from, because look, memory tells you the facility by which the mind stores and remember information. So if the information about yourself, that's why the knowledge of self is important. Because if you don't remember your information, you're not going to be able to know nothing. You're going to be able to be used. But it tells you similar memory bank, store, cartridge, disk, RAM. Same as the hieroglyph, the RAM. But it shows you this. In hieroglyph, it tells you the head. That's why I wear the crown. The crown is the highest memory, right? The brain to know. That's why you have to know. You have to know your crown. It's very important. And this is why you got the hieroglyphs, because the hieroglyph is something that's accurate. It's through nature. This is done pinpoint. This is why they call it holy markings, right? And because the hieroglyph is like predating language in itself, because it's expression, because this was done by the sun, literally by the sun. They used solar technology to do these carvings. It wasn't no by chisel, because they knew how important this is. Let me show you. Important being is that because everything is a law, everything that I just mentioned is based off of Mayat. And Mayat represents the intelligence of our order, meaning that the atom, so the first lord of Mayat is atom, which is the one.
Mayat is mother as well, isn't it?
Yes. Yep. That's the primordial. That's the matriarchal bloodline. That it. So she represents the one manifestation of the Son and Creator God, because she carried the law. But that's why I reach out to. So I'm reaching out to all the mothers, because they're the only one that could control the chaos. So like now, if you know, once the mothers get it, because you was the one that wrote the law in the first place, it's very important. So as you have Mayat, so look in 2000, so look 2000, 2925 BC, you have Mayat. So this is where you have the archetype, and this is where you have the pharaoh. So so they have characteristics. So this is the word where you get Bantu, like the person, the personality. So Pharaoh Menes is the equivalent to Mayat. But look, Maya, that's why I'm trying to mention about intelligence, because evidence is an intelligent thing. To have evidence, that's why in law, if you have evidence, you're the winner. That's just how it goes. But this is what Maya represent, and this is what they find in the archaeological site, that there's evidence of the administration of the 42 laws of Mayat, because it based on the books that of the books. There's other books that gives you these evidence of 42 laws, but there are many books. But she deals with honor and truth in the matters of involving family. That's why again it's just what I base everything on, right? Family, community, nation, environment, and where you get this is where they get the Egyptian law from. And this is where in England or here, because remember they carry their kingdom with them, so they carry their law. That's why you find the law of the crown, right? Because it's dealing with family, because it deals with the children, right? Super important. Remember. All right, look, because again, look, Maya deals with harmony, balance, law. Again, law. That's why you get the law. King Edward is that his bloodline is coming from. Yes, Mother Verna. Yes, Mother Verna. Right now, the all of the matriarchal bloodline is kicking in. Look, this is from the first. Remember, first dynasty. So from the beginning, the mothers had everything under control. They had the chaos under control because they're the one that controls the administration. But you could find this in the Papyrus of Annie or the Book of the Heavenly Cow. Same as the Book of the Nut from very much. Talk about the Og Dog as well. You could find out. Brilliant, because like I say, she deal with morality and justice. Exactly what we have here. This is based on Mayat, the memory, all right? And that's why it's good. So, and that's why, again, because we deal with expression, and expression has character, so the hieroglyph, it tells you 1,000 words. So a picture tells 1,000 words. So that's why every individual it's a characteristic of themselves. Like, that's why it
Yes,
says
and very symbolic.
Yes, because it gives you proper memory. It doesn't give you just one idea of a memory. It gives you a whole memory. So that's why when you use the word taken or chem, this is what all of the reference mean. This could mean a crocodile skin, but also a charcoal when it's burnt. This is also referring to a nocturnal, meaning the darkness, because obviously that's the whole represent wisdom, darkness, and this is where you have the fort with the cross, where where everything is started from. The cross X mark the spot, the actual spot, and the rising of the sun. That's why from the intelligence, you would have the word, the characteristics, Bantu meaning again either the personalities or the characteristics. This is a word in Zulu that I just print for a reason, because this was being butchered. The way our people was using it, like they didn't know what they were talking about. So I had to put this in. But it's representing different personalities, that had the intelligence, and you could find it throughout the regions, and that's what they call it, Bantu. That's why the first people you have Watusi, Twa, also Batwa, everyone knows. Also Patwa. This is why Jamaican has the bloodline that went all the way to the Caribbean, because we speak Patwa, and when they're talking about Patwa, like it's a memory, right? That's why it's super important. But you could find these things, look, and this is why I added for awaken. So you could find these texts again from the 2375 BC. Nearest. You can find it in Nearest temple, and as you can see, these things cannot be duplicated to this day. Also, that's why the female is very important. You know, segment. She's warrior. That's why the females are the warrior, because they carry the law. Warrior goddess, you know, as well as goddess of medicine, because again that healing, because they deal with the law. Sun, solar, you know, that's the fierce goddess, and that's why again the mothers are able to transform to that when they know the law is super important. So created in Memphis, very important. As you can see, always carry a memory, because that's why the law is important. And you get the Osiris. So look, the personalities are important, because the personalities allows you to be like you know, when you're experienced, you get your personalities. That's why you can find it in the papyrus of Ani, and the homage to Osiris, you know, giving him his personalities, that the Lord of eternity, the King of gods, you know. And this is why it's so important, our personality based on who we are. You can find it from the fifth dynasty, you know, 2498. This we're gonna get, it's coming, just showing you a little bit of the history. Same people from sixth dynasty, you could find equivalent to Nimrod. All right, you find the Sergeant of Akkada. All right, this is, you talk about history, you can find it out. So where you get the biblical, you get the reality. So the Sergeant of Akkada, meaning as we have the modern day Europe, right? And this is where the same family of Anu, because again, you can find that in Akkada. So these are the said family that came out of Egypt with the laws. Serious. So an important pharaoh, because same pharaoh. So the falcon or Montu, right? You would have him called Menu Otet II. Because you know, one of the things that always, again, crown as well, wearing a crown. The fact that they were trying to tell us that we weren't moving, we haven't been about. We've been moving from the beginning of time. That's what we need to understand, because we're dealing with the crown, we're dealing with intelligence now. We can't afford to let anyone tell you no stories.
I understand, babe. I've always said it. It's intelligence.
Yeah.
AI. We're the first AI.
Exactly.
Asian intelligence.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Asian, African, it's you could name it.
Ancestral.
But you could name, it's true though. It's true. It's like we have to know that we were the first. That's the whole point.
Yes.
Look, what it shows you. So Montu Otet also means satisfied. So you see, the Mzungu changed it to mean nomad, but it's mean Montu satisfied. But it also have a prenomen. It's another name that give him another character. Is a tree. I have to keep practicing my Kemetic language. So it means the Lord of the Riders is Ra. So if you look up this word rudder, meaning a propeller on the ship, so his character is so good at navigating. So if let me just give you an understand. So I don't want let me not no blind sight. Now let me show you the word, right? The Lord of the Rudder, right? This is why, like I say, just to show us that everywhere that we've been, we ruled. Like we've been everywhere already. We set up all the kingdoms. We carried all the crowns, and that's what it is. Look again, so you can see. Look, right? It says it. Rudder, yeah, a flat piece hinged vertically near the stern of a boat or a ship for sailing, right? So you know the Lord of the Rudder is Ra. So he is in the person of Ra, because obviously the sun is the best mover. Without the sun, you're not moving. So he is able to navigate like the sun. So if he's navigating from this age, from this time period, this is 2000 BC, right? To say that. So how could we be arguing as family members about these about America. So the Black Americans just reached. No, how could that is a bro? That is when I'm hearing these things, I'm saying that we are been so lowly. We are out of our character. Are you gonna be? If they've been there, they've been there from the beginning. They've been traveling. It's not so they are right to claim anything. Like you have to like this is what I'm saying. Are you not supporting? This is yeah. So that's why again we have to understand the crown. The crown unites us, right? So
Yes.
look, so look again. So remember, he has already been traveling. So he took the laws. So remember, the laws of my. These are all the codes. So the code of Nemu, right? This is where you get Abraham from. This is a code. The laws. This from Mesopotamia. This is also come where you get the code of Hammurabi because it deals with look family law, criminal law. It's the same law that's coming out of Egypt. But now, because we look again, look. This is why we have to be able to cross reference. Look, it tells you. This is 1780 BC, the comb of Abu Dhabi, the top of the Stella. You was talking about she left. Features and the image in relief of code of the code, which is Mesha, the Babylon, the sun. So look, you see, if those that are in Babylon, they have to have their relative. They keep their characteristics, sun god, because they know where they're coming from. They don't come out of place, right? You could find this in the 12th dynasty, right? You see, it even shows you that Mentuhotep been traveling. So all of the pharaohs. So this is where the crowns. So all of the pharaohs that left out and traveled to the Americas, traveled to England, you could find Atmos the first, Hatshepsut, Thutmose the third, Amenhotep the third, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, Necho the first, Necho the second, and this is where you get Scotia, also equivalent to Neil. Scotia, all right, and also Scotia's son of Golod, Golod, Godel Glass. So that's where you get Scotland from, because she's coming out the east. Remember, she bought the crown, and you can find it from say 12th dynasty. Amenhotep the second, and the reason why they have this so that you could remember yourself fully, not partly, fully. That's why they created the image exactly. And because his soul is solid, you understand? It's solid, very solid. That's what it means by soul, very solid. It's tangible. You could remember.
Yes.
You understand?
Substance on top of substance.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And look, for all you, like I say, for all you religious people, I'm gonna show you everywhere they take the culture. They take our culture and turn it into religion so they could brainwash you. Look, where you get Yahweh, Jah, right? Look, this is and Pharaoh called Yah. Telling you, Yah. This is where you get Yah, Jah, or Yah. This is the Pharaoh because this Pharaoh is equivalent to again Pharaoh Synchris Hyksos, right? Remember, you can find this in the tomb of Kemunhotep II. I'm showing you. So you know, like like this is equivalent to say. So Hyksos mean foreign, the rulers of foreign land. You know when for instance, if you leave. So if I leave Jamaica and I come to England, when I go back to Jamaica, they call me a foreigner, but I'm not a foreigner. Like people take things out of context. Do you
That's the
understand?
Diablo. They've twisted it. We are the foreigners. It's
Yeah.
it's not hilarious. It's not. It really isn't.
But look, another cross reference again. So Scotia was the daughter. So this is another. So 100% that Scotia is from Egypt. So she brought up. So we are also of that bloodline because Scotia was so clear in England that you're gonna see in a minute. So Scotia is a pharaoh named Singris. Pharaoh Synchris Hyksos. But it's
That's
showing.
why I love the Scottish. I think they're the funniest people on the planet.
All right. So look. So remember again, yeah. So all of you Hebrews, yeah, this is the origin. This is the reality. All right. So don't be fooled. So again, when you talk about Kemenhotep II, it tells you he traveled to Babylon and put. So he came down out of the Congo. Right? He's traveling and visiting. So the equivalent to this is same the ram head, right, in Ra, Kemenhotep. But this is where you get the pharaohs now of that bloodline, right? You have Sobek, Neferu, very important. They all relate the relations, and you could find also Sunum, also Sebek. Sebek was so powerful, he had a cult that spread to 52 towns across Egypt, because again, he was a great traveler, he was a great warrior, like the crocodile god Sebek. This is this is where you get the on the coat of arms. That means you get the crocodile at the top is representing the bloodline. I'm going to show you where everything comes from. It's great. You could find it in Thebes, the tomb of Daga, very important, and you'll get the statue of Sebek and Menet Otet the third. They traveled out. They came into England. They traveled around. Um, Reason being because Sebek is represented as the crocodile, the West African crocodile. Also, those that everywhere in the Americas, when they were feeding to the crocodile or children, because again they wanted to make us eat the crocodile. They wanted to make us eat the bloodline for a reason, right? Sebek is super important. Remember the crown as well. This is a crown. You can find it from the 12 dynasty, right? But in the 13th dynasty, you get the actual pharaoh, right? Is Amun Anet Sebek Otet. That's why the 13th number is so significant to us. All right, super important because again the traveling, but also this is where you get the Anunnaki because these are the same bloodlines. They're the pharaohs in a different place. They call them the Anunnaki. That's why a part of the Anunnaki you get murder. But look, you could cross-reference it to know that they're coming out of Egypt because murder could be referenced to as the calf of the sun. They're telling you that we are children of the sun and all of us are related. My people, from the 13th dynasty. So again, let me just show you. So remember, so where you get the laws of Moses is coming from Egypt. Again, this is where you get the Tobit Stela, right? This is an hieroglyph from the Pharaoh Thutmose the First. Seriously. So this is where you get the actual law of Moses that is translated. Because again, remember, Mayat is the law. So you're not going to get no law nothing elsewhere. So that Lord that wrote the law and gave the law to Moses was Mayat.
It's pronounced Mayat.
Oh, yeah, but
My God.
but look
Mayat.
but look how serious this is though. You could find this in the Valley of the Queens, called the Monastery of the City. When you say monastery, you're saying a mother's church. All right, monastery. Look it up. It's a mother's church, and this is where you get the set of Mayat, meaning the place of peace. Serious.
Sorry, someone's asking if you could move the screen just to the right a bit.
Right. 1 second. That
There
way.
you go, Trudes.
All right. So remember, the Arabs took this name and created Medina to take away. Look, Medina, yeah, is it there? El Medina, yeah, to take away the location of the Valley of the Queen because they wanted to create their sacred grounds, and this is where you could find in the Temple of Atar or Aset, right? Like, because the mother, they're the one that bring the law. They created the peace and the truth, as you can see. Look, that's why you get Nefertiti that traveled alongside with Akhenaten. Look, again, so Scotia, right? That's why in Scotland you have the Stone of Stone, because anywhere we go, we bring the kingdom, we bring some form of memory. The Stone of Stone, this is why, again, when they're being coronated, they're supposed to be a part of the bloodline. That's why they remove the stone of stone, or they don't show the stone of stone in their coronation no more because they're not from that bloodline. Like I was mentioning, they're from another part. But that's why there was a conflict between Alexandria, the third or the third, and King Edward. And King Edward took it back to Westminster Abbey. That's why if you want to know about your surname, you could find it in Westminster Abbey. But they created a merchandise out of it, where they will give you a what they call it, like a frame, but they give you the transcript, like a picture of your coat of arms and
Souvenir. The souvenir.
a souvenir. Exactly, they give you a souvenir, but they give you the transcript in there, like the booklet that tells you where the settlements are. Super important, and each settlements knowing where. That's why before I was showing you all the kingdoms, but again, Scotia you could find also named Mer Atherton is where you get also Mercia from, right? Serious, right? This is where you get Mercia. Super important. Let me show you the thing that causes our conflict, and this has to be something that has to be revised by us. Again, this is where you get the story of Joseph coming into Egypt, but the real story is when Ramesses the first. Because remember, you talk about Ramesses. Ramesses the first, he passed away. Then you get Ramesses the second. Ramesses the second, from what I've studied and what I've come to be aware, that he was too young and he wanted to take back the territory, which this is his family members, but his relative cousin, and this is what started the war, the Battle of Kadesh. This is well documented. This is where you get international peace treaty from, because the battle was so terrible that, again, this is what caused all of the plagues. This is what, again, everything that you have, where we got leprous, we got albinism from, because this war it it defiled the land, it defiled the old law of Mayat, and this is why, again, the mothers, they left Egypt at that time with the crown, with the kingdom, because this is called the Battle of Kadesh, also the Ramesses and Ixos III treaty, or the Egyptian Hittite peace treaty, or the Silver Treaty, or the Eternal Treaty, because anytime they battle, they have to remember this, right? But also, in the said time, the 20th dynasty, this is where you get Nebuchadnezzar. This is where the Matrix got Nebuchadnezzar from, all right? They say they went to Zion, Nebuchadnezzar, same thing. This is where you get Enlil from. Enlil, they're all coming from Egypt, man. They'll create a fairy tale to make you think some other thing. Again, Nietzsche the second, like I say, he traveled the Red Sea all the way to Gibraltar, and again and back. But they don't tell you how far she went. She went further than that. She went all through the British now, all up. Also Nietzsche the first, and this is where you get Nephte. Nephte is again a part of my bloodline. That is traced. That's from the matriarchal part going all the way to the
Is
12th.
is that Netatifi?
No, yeah. So this is equivalent, or this is Nephte, where you do get Nefertiti from, but it's
Okay.
equivalent, right? And yeah, she's the goddess of weaving. So that's why when your surname is referred to a characteristics of one of the pharaohs, because this is where your reference come from. So from the 26th dynasty, you could find that her code is powerful. So
So is it? Sorry, my darling. Is the Vatican been built on her?
all right, but everything, all of the pharaohs is built based on there, because remember they brought all of the laws everywhere. That's why everything is based on intelligence, and nothing is not new. They can't create nothing, and that's why they only can hide it from us or distract us with entertainment. So see where you get the word priest or pre, is where you get the word house or where you get the word Pharaoh. So where you get the word priest, it's talking about a house or a Pharaoh or anything to deal with PR. Also, the other word from Pharaoh is circuit or circuit. That's another name. But look, more infringement or more stealing. You see where you get the X-Men from? They're talking about us, because the X is where you get on the hieroglyph the X. It's also called the city or the town. This is where you get the first, the cross, the mark, the spot. Look, and this is where it talks about the city of the sun, because again, our police, that's why they make us hate hell. Like they make us hate. That's why they created the mythologies of the Bible and make us hate hell, make us so that if in return, in our psychology, that makes us hate Egypt. Because when they're talking about Heliopolis, when they talk about hell, because the sun, that's where they say that's where the devil is. They're talking about Egypt. That's why they call Ra, because I'm telling you, when I first started and I'm learning about Egypt, I was afraid. Like I was thinking this is evil. I'm no lies, because it's what was indoctrinated in my brain. But I had to take my time because it was so, like I say, we were manipulated. So the city of the sun, that's why we're the children of the sun, because look, we didn't make ourselves this way. The sun made us this way. You know what I'm saying? The sun made us this way. We didn't ask for it, but because we're primordial, right? The memory, the hieroglyph, this is a full hieroglyph, right? So look, let me show you again, because a lot of like the conflict shouldn't be, because like I say, that is lowly. That's why people that we have to go higher, so we should know. So there's a pharaoh called Henet Hati, right? You could. So the pharaoh was basically examined, and they found in that pharaoh like cocaine and tobacco, which you could only find in our native to Americas. But obviously, like I say, we've been traveling from the beginning. But this pharaoh is from the 21st dynasty. So there have been pharaohs in the Americas. And this is where we get to the crown. Remember again, let me get to that again. Let me get it to it. So the crown, look again. This is why the law of Mayat, look, very important. Remember, a statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea, 1350, right? A statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea of the 25th year of King Edward III. Look, again, this is what I'm talking about, the crown, where it's coming from. That's why, look. Let me show you again. Because this is where it gets, that's why, look, the act of supremacy, meaning superior, meaning precedence, right? Look, it goes, remember, the act of supremacy, an act restoring to the crown the ancient jurisdiction over the state ecclesiastical and spiritual, and abolishing all foreign powers prominent to that. Look, this is the ancient jurisdiction because it's coming from Egypt. Look, the vulture crown. This is the crown of the mother. This is what the female pharaohs wear. You know what I'm saying? The great royal wives. Look, serious I'm talking about. It's associated to Henkabet with the queen. All right. The vulture also refers to mother. So the word vulture refers to mother. Remember the crown, right? So this is another crown. Look, for all you Christians again. So where you get the Trinity from, you get it from Egypt. This is the first culture. That's why you could find it in the Fibim, right? In Fibim, the triad. But this doesn't take away the mother. This glorifies the mother, because the mother wears the double crown. That's why now it makes sense, right? So the Holy Ghost, what they're talking about is the mother, because she's the Holy Ghost. She have the whole law. She was there from the beginning. You understand? That's why, look, that's why you have, look, it shows you the triad, right? The tree. You could find it, again, in Karnak temple. Serious. You can find it everywhere. Look, Amun, right? Mut, and again, Shamsu. Shamsu is where you get, again, Jah as well. This is where they get the equivalent to Jah, that what I showed you, where, again, those Hebrews follow. So look, again, you see? This is where the Trinity comes from in Christianity, Egypt. And the mother is, again, powerful. She has both crowns. Look, see? Mut, this is where you get more from. This is where you get Mauritania. So this is the matriarchal bloodline that keeps the mother, protects the mother, right? That male and female from the matriarchal bloodline. So Mut, this is where you get more, this is where you get the whole lot. And she's wearing the double crown. That's why, look again, in Windsor, remember what I showed you about Windsor? The herald of arms in ordinary. They refer to the crown as the sun. That's why, again, Edward III, look, Edward III, right? Edward III, super important. He was the one that, again, traced his bloodline. Edward III, this is a statue from Edward III. Super important. Again, Edward III is super important. Look, that's why, okay, just to mention the Dogon and those that in the Caribbean, like John Kunu, because we kept the same culture, even though we was taken, we kept our same culture. You could find the John Kunu, in the Americas, in the Caribbean, Jamaica, because they're representing, again, their ancestral lineage. In North Carolina, Miami, super important. Look, this is where it goes all the way into the Americas, because we were one underneath the sun, because we knew where we were coming from. That's why in America, South America, the Andean civilization, they know about the gate of the sun. They know about the gateway of the sun, my people. All right? Look, it keeps going. Even in the Roman Empire time, look, Solar Invictus, they knew that the sun was invincible, the unconquerable sun. That's why the Illyrian, remember, Emperor Illyrian, also the Illyrian Moors, again, the crown of the sun. That's why it's super important. And also the feather of Mayat, or the shield of peace, also by King Edward. Look, the Black Prince, as you can see, because he is black. Also, his mother, Philippia, is a black woman as well. I really don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's why when we're talking about this, based on this, on what I did, because it was representing us, right? Because we deal with the imperial crown. The royal crown is there. We are imperial children. Because look, again, this, remember, that's why I'm saying our ancient jurisdiction is the imperial crown. It shows you in the law. We have power to remove all foreign. We have the powers. We have the crown to remove all foreign powers, all of them. So that's why, again, make sure that we're on a level where, again, we're not dibble dabbling, we're not back and forth, and then we're just going straight. Like, that's why I want the mothers to feel this, like, to really know that. You have to really know that. Remember, this is the law. So you're paying bills based on the law, right? You getting road tax based on the law. You're sending your children to school based on the law. So on the law, for the positivity for us, like, you have to, the law for the positive part for us, again, you have to really take in, because why you follow it for the negative part but not for the positive part? That's why you have to have the sense of Mayat. Look again, look, it shows you Edward the Black Prince, shield, shield for peace. It shows you the feather had first appeared at the time of the marriage of King Edward to Philippa of it's a marriage of Arento, and Edward himself occupationally used coal-rich feather badged. It is therefore likely that the Black Prince inherited the badge from his mother, right? Descending from, see, the Count of is it Hainault, yeah? Hainault.
Hainault. That's actually a place in London.
Yeah,
Hainault.
Ain't yeah, yeah, ain't that's it. Ain't no forest. You see?
Yeah,
All
forest.
right.
Yeah, heavy forest.
So
Yes.
look what I'm saying again. Look, that's why this is not for no YT. This is for us. So again, now you know King Edward, Black Prince, right? The third. So look, read it in accordance to you. Yeah, look again. This is so. That's why again. That's why I updated it. Like I say, you got pre-order it. I'm gonna make the post and then we're gonna sort it out.
And
Super.
that's where all the silver and gold is, isn't it? In the Rothschilds um, bank in London.
Because that is our bank, not no Rothschilds. Look, look, let me show you. Let me, no, for real. Look, listen. I want you to, I want the mothers to feel this because you are the one that wrote the law for this purpose. That's why, again, as the protector, as the man, as the matriarch, the righteous one, to be able to remind the mothers. You know, I want you to feel this. Look, a statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea. So remember, King Edward is a black man. So he coming and telling you because he knew that in the time of war there's gonna be problems. And again, he shows you again. Look, so he made sure he done it for the children because just like how the mothers will do it for the children, he done it for the children. That's why it says this is the first statue that he made. It says look, the king's children declared inheritable in England, wheresoever born. That's why the law of the crown of England, right, is and always have been. Let me just bring it over so everyone can see some more. Everyone can see this. All right, so let me go. So, all right, there you go. All right, always have been such that the children of the kings of England, in wheresoever parts they be born in England or elsewhere, be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors, which law our Lord the King, the prelates, the earls, baron, and other great men, and all the commons assembled in this parliament do approve and affirm forever. Come on, man, this is forever. So we're in the year of Jubilee. Remember that again. And now is the time. We don't like this is gonna be there, but we can get it now because it's the right time. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
honey, I'm speechless, like really, really speechless. I've been on this journey. I've only been on TikTok for 5 months, and this is my first social media. And I knew a war was coming, so I was getting on to tell people about it, because my uncle said, no, he said, it's already started. What are you talking about? Trump's this, that, and the other. Because I don't read the newspaper. I don't watch TV. And so I got on thinking I'm going to tell everyone. And I've just been on a mission and finding out all this stuff that I already knew within myself, like you say, the remembering.
Yes.
But now it really is the final piece. It's like, why did they ship us all out
All
when we were royalties in these countries and do this? And I didn't think it was for money. But
right.
obviously the root of all evil.
All right. All right. So whoever controls the crown controls the money, the estate. Look again. Look, even in the Caribbean, you have Garabana. Remember, look. So go back to so now. This is why again the feathers are important. Look, because they carried a long way. Because it's based on the piece that Mayat and Shu went around the earth to create the laws, right? Because the laws is what the peace is for. So Garabana meant the great sun. So look, he carried the MT, the mitochondrial DNA. So he carried the mother see the mother see. So he carried. This is where you could find in Costa Rica, Cuba, in the Caribbean, Jamaica. You could find it. This is the female lineage. All right. That's why again we were shipped. This is the Taino people. Also, so it's not like it. There's a lot of lies. So this is where you get into the Incas. So like Sopa Inca. In the Incas, they knew about the sun, because Sopa Inca to be the son of Init, the sun god. Look, the solar sun, because again we were one. Like we were one we were all children of the sun, from one end of the earth to the other. So when we get lowly, we separate, right? That's why the crown unites all. Like again, let me show you. So it doesn't matter what you think you are when it comes to the crown, right? Look, the crown tells you. It tells you all spiritual jurisdiction unite to the crown. The crown does it. The mother does it. You can't escape because it's imperial. It's the supreme. You know that, and the crown represents the sun. Remember, this crown is the terrestrial one, the earth, right? Mother Earth. The celestial one is the sun. That's where the power is coming from. So that crown represents the intelligence that's coming from the sun. That's why you get the diamonds, rubies, all of this. Literally, when we're gonna wake up, this is why the mother, because the mother usually wake up the son. Think about it. That's why the law of Mayat is real. That's why the mothers needs the law of Mayat in their mouth, the truth. And with this truth, I'm telling you, things can done by tomorrow if you really, really want. That's why it deals with memory. And that's why memory is so important, because it's, if you don't remember in time, you still won't know. That's why you have to have memory. Look, Mampak, Kolpak, look, Manco Kolpak, it tells you he's the high priest of the sun in the Inca dynasty. Look, he's pointed to the sun. Like literally, where we was given some fairy tale when literally our powers are right in front of us. Look, this is the Inca dynasty, so this is so imagine that they have the same culture. That means they're from the same ancestor. Look, see, they tell about the Init in the ancient Inca sun god. Like they're trying to show you that doesn't matter where you are. When we came from the stars, doesn't matter where we landed, right? We knew where we're coming from. So the earth wasn't to argue over, because we knew that we were one. So look again. That's why the mothers are so important. So look, you have Beset, or the Torah, where they get the law from. Remember, the hippo, they say it controls the zodiac. If I'll be able to show you. So Torah, an ancient Egyptian hippo goddess of pregnancy and motherhood. Very important. So you can find Bes and Beset together. Look, Bes, he is the protector. Look, Beset worship as the protector of household. Look
He
like
looks like a gnome.
he's a Twa. He's a Twa.
And Lancelot as well. I don't know if you know the story of Simeon Toko when I think it was the Spanish came to fight him in Congo. You know, all these men just appeared, thousands of them appeared with him, and
Yeah,
they were
yeah.
the soldiers start shooting this Bess, and the bullets weren't hitting, but everyone said they saw small dwarfs all standing next to him, pygmies.
Yeah, it's real.
Picking up trucks.
But
Yes, picking up trucks and throwing them as well. Yeah.
look at I'm trying to say. This is it's in our bloodline. See, he has the feathers on, right? Because look, even in the Aztecs people, they knew about the 5 sons. This is Mesoamerica, Colombian people. Yeah, this is the calendar what they're talking about. Yeah, the return. They call it the Tanhati or something like that. This is the movement of the sun. Come on, man. Where we gonna wake up? Look, sun is shining. The sun is even hot. Today it was crazy. Look. So Shu is alongside Mayat, the brother of Mayat, Shu, because Shu represents again what we call equivalent to Shango or Bachelor. Also, again, God of peace. So again, remember, Order is peace. So law, Mayat, him and Mayat creates the peace. So God of lion, air, and he's equivalent to the Melchizedek. So Melchizedek is equivalent to him. So when Melchizedek is the king of Salem, mean peace, he's the God of peace. This is the reality, right? This is what it is. You see, so they take all of our culture and turn it into some fairy tale, so we get caught up. So look, keep going. These are all the dynastical errors. Look, this is solid. That's why, look, you could find this in the museums. How did it get? Because remember the fact that if we're here, our memory has to be here. This is solid memory. This is what you call soul, right? Not cartoon, not spirit, soul we're dealing with. Cartoon is spirit. That's why they think that we're cartoon, we're playing around. That's why when you look at cartoon, it's easier to laugh at. Soul, it's a fearful, because when you see that sun and that sun burn your skin, really, and it doesn't matter who you are. If you don't have the intelligence to balance, you're gonna get burned. Tutankhamun, remember the crown. Remember all the crown, the mother crown, the vulture crown, Tutankhamun. Very important, the blue crown. So remember all of the crowns. Look again. Let me pinpoint it again. So look, the law of the crown of England, all right? And another one, the act of supremacy, the crown.
Hello guys, King.
Go ahead.
I just want to show you what I'm doing, This is very spiritual to me too.
Yeah,
I
go
feel
ahead.
to cry rather than cry. I'm doing this.
Go ahead. What's this? Let me put you on the big screen for a minute.
Oh, beautiful.
This is bread.
Yes.
This is African bread, which I do it all the time at home, and I do it even in normally in an online, in my page.
Yes.
So I'll just put it
Wow.
on and then I show you when it's finished.
Wow. Yeah. That is like
This is Mbasha.
Basha.
Yeah, this is Hembasha. This is a traditional bread. We do it wedding. We do it when the child is born. No, the child is born, or when she's 1 year old in her birthday, to break it in her back so she can be upright.
Yes.
It's a traditional and coffee ceremony and everything.
Was it Eritrea or Ethiopia?
Yeah, Eritrean. It's
Eritrea.
Eritrean. The Ethiopian one really he doesn't have much marks. They do bread normal. They call it double. But we do the proper Hembasha.
Okay, all
And
right.
it tastes very good also. I tried it.
You oh, then now you're there. Yeah, it's good. There is black seed. You can put any seed you want. It's all yeah, it's beautiful.
Memory.
I'm gonna put it on. So carry on. Sorry, I'm listening.
No problem.
Bless you.
Breaking
memory.
bread, baby. We're breaking bread.
That's right. You see, all
That's for you guys. For you.
You're right.
Thank you.
You're right. Give thanks. That's right. All right. That's another crown. Look at the crown. So again, Inca keep going. So look, even in Seti, the temple of Seti in Abydos, the crowns are always there. So see, the crown, the shitty crown. This is more crowns. This is, remember, so see, look at all the crowns that were coming out. Look again, the crowns. So this is the ancient jurisdiction. That's why we have power. We have to know where we're coming from. All right. The sister just showed we have to know. That's why again. But now we're able to see it. Not just word of mouth. Remember, this is where you can't get no higher laws nowhere but from here. All right. This is our ancient. Look, even Cyrus the First of Persia, he wear the crown because they have to follow the ancient tradition. See, the him crown, right? Osiris wear this crown. Isis wear this crown. Ika wear this crown. See what I'm trying to say? Because all of them has to follow the supremacy, the act of supremacy. All of them. There ain't none of them that can't be what they be without following this. You understand? It's not possible. Telling you. But like the fact that we're knowing now, so we
And
make
that's
it. Go on.
sorry, and that's why they grave robbed Egypt, and that's why it's all in museums for them to go and glance at.
Yeah,
That's their trophies for what they've done, as well as us and the money.
that's right. So look, more crowns. The white crown, right? This is representing the upper now. This is the mother crown as well. Again, this is for the upper now, meaning where Ethiopia, them area, Congo, right? Very much represent the white blood cell. The red crown represent the red blood cell. That's why again, when you see the cross or that cross, the red and white flag, it's not a flag. It's denoting a bloodline, red and white blood cell that's coming out. That's why it's important, my people. Seriously, oh my,
Look, that's why the £10 note. Charles hasn't got a crown. Someone said
that's
that
right.
last time. It's finished. His
Yeah,
mum
yeah.
wasn't even supposed to be there, but he's ended. That's why you see on the notes that he hasn't wearing his crown because he can't wear it anymore.
But look at this. Look again. Look 1 second. Where's this act? If you open it up, I think this said one. If you open up the actual, because I saw it and I'm thinking, what? His name is just Charles the. 1 second.
Okay, my daughter, does that mean that the crown is over, the kingdom is over in England?
Right? It's they can't take. It's our time to take it now because
Yeah, it's our time. It's our time.
The year of
that's right.
Jubilee. That's the.
Yes.
The king, the prince, even they don't want it. William, he doesn't want it.
Look, you see. Yeah, look, you see. It doesn't say king. It says Charles. You see.
It's over.
You see. Because why? Because why? The children of the kings, I'm telling you, remember the year of Jubilee,
Yes.
the mystery of the incarnation. This is us. I'm telling you, I bought the Lord just for my family. Listen, my people, look. Like I say, I love my children. Like me being here, me reincarnated. Think I'm never that won't happen on my watch. No way. But that's the whole point. Look, you have more crowns. These are all. This was worn by Mayat. This crown was worn by Mayat. This is the most powerful crown you could have. You can find in the tomb of Nefertiti. The Akuf crown by Osiris, the most powerful. Mayat wore this crown, so you know that the mother was powerful, most powerful, because they brought the law. Again, I mentioned about the treaty. This is what caused all of the conflict, and that's still going on between ourselves, right? This is what it is, people, and that's why we have to review this, right? Because this is the oldest known survivor. I'm telling you, you can find it in the museum. So look, going to the Americas again, right? In the Mississippi culture, right? Native American society. Look, you could find mounts everywhere, right? Everywhere in my mount, but also you can find little Egypt site in Mississippi, where you could say the Murray County, Georgia. It's real, little Egypt in America, because obviously the culture. Remember, the movement's already been traveling from the beginning. You can find it. So this part is representing this part of the this part of the timeline is representing like the kingdoms now, not see as individual. So all of the crowns, but the kingdom the new kingdom of Egypt is so these are all of these are the partakes, as you can see. They left out. So from again Amun Tet, from Eshetshut, Thutmose the third, Amun Tet the third, and Khenanten Tutankhamun. That's why they could find Tutankhamun bloodline in the Americas. You understand? It's a
Yes,
reality.
I know, honey, it's amazing.
All right. That's
So
right. I want it's impression definitely. I mean, I'm here to impress the matriarchal because I want them to I want them to remember because
Thank you, the
once
gorgeous.
once they remember, that's it. It's over. It's over. Once the mate, I'm telling you, because they bring the law, they could balance everything. Once the mother says, "I want their crown back," like literally, it's it. That's why again, as I bring the memory, because again, I'm coming from the sun. Like I'm projecting right now. Listen,
Yes.
look at this. So look, remember these are Patek people, right? So they've been coming down from the Nile. Look, they didn't just spread upwards to Babylon. Look, they're the same Tyre, they're the same Sidonians, they're the same Babylon. These are still Patek. This is what we call the Phoenicians. So all of the name calling and the confusion, these are the same people, but they just get given different names based on where they are, but they're the same Patek. That's why the bloodline, you see? That's why again, right? The same children, the same kings, the same crowns. They're showing you. So remember, cartilage, right? This is
Hmm.
where you get the Moorish kingdom of Granada. This is where you get everything, every single thing. You can't. These are all melanated people. Look, this is where you get the Solomonian Solomonian Constitution, Draco, the law of Draco. So the law of the code. Remember, Maya is traveling out. The laws are everywhere. So every civilization we built, the law is there. That's why you got the corpus juris civilis. This is the body of law, body of civil law, and it was used by Justinian the first from the Byzantine Empire, right? And he was, like I say, they all trace their bloodline, like you could see, all the way. So look, keep going. Cartilage, same Patek people, but now they're called same Phoenicians. Remember, so Phoenicians, they're the one that was in everywhere. All of the places, right? That's why it's so important. Patek, look, North African, right? From Sicily, um from was it Sicily, from Iberian Peninsula, Malta, all of the everywhere we control. Remember the crown, everything. Sardinia. Let me keep going. So remember they're talking about we didn't have navigators. Or is it hand as a hand let me 1 second. They're telling me to verify this. I'm just going. Look, Hanno the navigator. He's a Patek. Look at this. Look at this. It's a Patek from the 5th dynasty. He's a navigator. Like, come on. Like, he's a cartelian. He's a So if they're saying that we never had ships, he was voyaging. So where did they get the ships from? Come on, my people, man. Like, what are we gonna stop listening to some people? Look, Hannibal Barca, Hannibal Patek. Come on, my people. Cartelian. We know about Hannibal. He ruled the whole of Babylon. Come on, my people. Look, another one. Himlico. Look, again. Let me show you. It says Himlico sailed north along the Atlantic coast from the Iberian to the British Isle. So look again. All right? The kings of look. So remember, this is about us, not about nobody else. Look, that's why the law of the crown of England, it tells you. So if we came out, we've been traveling to the British Isles and them places to the Americas. All right. So remember, after that war, the Battle of 1 second. Shit. Okay, they wanted me to verify. Okay, I don't know if you heard me.
yes, heard you.
Okay, yeah. But after that war, after the first war, I tell you, ourselves fighting against each other, another war broke out. This is the first Patek War. This is when obviously Africa was named Alkebulan, the mother of mankind, the Garden of Eden. This is where again we were known. Our name was more creditable. We control the narrative them times. All right, we had
Lance was asking, please, where did Hannibal originate from?
He's North African. Look, he's a Pataic, cartelian. Look, let me go back. Look, cartelian. He's a Pataic, a Pharaoh. All of us is originated from that now. Look, but again, and more above, we're originating from the sun, right? But if we're talking about Earth journey, is the Phoenicians are the Pataic people. Look, oh, you just came in, so you missed it. Pataic, same. There's no difference. We rule the all ends, every ends. So remember, in that time, you had the Kushite Empire in those wars time. So this was more conflict between ourselves again that caused Sudan, Nubia, the Nile Valley. There was that war. All right. So look now,
On the chair.
mic is open.
The chair, that one. And we have the
That's up to me. Yeah, of course. He's a Moors are Egyptians, are pharaohs. Like I say, we are mixed up in not knowing where we're coming from. We're mixed up in words. Like the bloodline is more important because it's all the same. That's why again, based on us not knowing where we're coming from, we're trapped in the names of things. That's why I'm saying there's no where you come from is important. Forget about that because it's not the spiritual aspect we're dealing with. We're dealing with the intellectual aspect. That's why everything is ordered. Knowing where you're coming from, knowing where you're going. Right? It's super important. So look, you have the rappers, right? So you see when the story that they made when Moses came to the wilderness and started worshiping the bull. It was the Ptolemy dynasty when and the Ptolemy Serapis was Ptolemy the first Soter, and you can see like everything is coming out because they wanted to because their bloodline it was fade, but right now at that time everything was a bit shaky, so anyone could try take the crown. Go ahead. Someone say something. You want to say something? Mike is open.
To say, Serapis was the first model of Jesus, right?
You could get that. Yeah, you could say that. But no, but
He
the
was
fact
just
is,
called the Savior.
but look. I go all the way. Look at this. I go all the way back to the point of no, there wasn't this. Look, let me from the beginning. I'm showing you. Look, because the JUS yeah is there. Yeah, Yahweh, whatever, all of that. Yeah, but look, this is Yah. This is before all any Serapis. This is Yah. This is Jah. This is where you get Jehovah. All of them. It's Egypt from Egypt. They're all coming because the originals are coming out of Egypt. Like it's just the reality is so clear, but we have been put under a spell, a ghost spell. Where the spirituality is tied us up because we have left our crown. We have left the intelligence because it tells you again, look, how much times I have to keep showing this. Let me look, act of supremacy. So like based on the powers, based on the who rules, it shows you an act restoring the crown, ancient jurisdiction. All right, over state ecclesiastes, so over the patriarch and the spiritual, like and it has the power to abolish all foreign powers, prognant to the same. So,
Supremacy is for the matriarch, and he has power over the patriarch and everything. Is that what you just said?
of course, but the matriarch and it has because that's what I'm saying. From the beginning, I show from the principle of Egypt from the beginning, the primordial waters of not bringing out all of the patriarchs. And the matriarchs, because the mother principle is that she's the one that bring them to life, the manifest, and that's why even Mayat, the Lord talks about the manifestation of the Son and the creative God. Like the mothers are telling you this. This is in law. It's not just words. It's in actual. It's intelligence. And again, that's why the crown is the mothers to own, because they deal with the rights. Look, they could
That's
unify.
universal law.
Yes.
That's the Lord with the LAWD.
Exactly. Talk about it.
But the throne also represents the lap of the mother.
Yes, I agree. Listen, but that we have to know that again. It's everything you say is true because it's not just a word. It's written in law. Written in law. Look how powerful the mothers are if they know this. Look, it says all spiritual jurisdiction united to the crown, because the ancient crown is coming out of Egypt. That's why the ancient jurisdiction. That's why you have to know yourself. It shows you. And that such jurisdiction, privilege, superiority, and preeminence spiritual and ecclesiastical, as by any spiritual or ecclesiastical powers or authority, hence hereafter been or may lawfully be exercised or used for the vacation of the ecclesiastical state and person. So with the crown, you could remove anyone. And the reformation, order, and correction. So you could correct. That's what the law of Maya is, of the same and all of manner of errors. Right? Errors, Sir Chris, abuse. Like what's happening now? We're being abused. Offense, contempt, and metis shall forever. Look again, another forever, ever by the authority of this present. Look, so there's two forevers now. Look at this. I'm trying to see. I just picked it up. Forever in this present parliament be united annexed to the imperial crown. So we're not talking about no little royal crown running around thinking that they're doing anything. Look, that's forever. So the mother have the power forever, and the children have the power forever. Now, people, there is no losing. I'm telling you, we just need to wake up. Bro, there is no losing.
And also internalizing it as the reality and then sharing it with everyone that will listen.
But just forget about the fairy tale for now. Just get down to the law, my people. Listen, look, let me show you how important this is. Look, let me show you how important. Let me show you the order of supremacy, right? And let me show you this. So, 13th, the 31st dynasty from Egypt, the Archean mid Persian Empire. Look, but look at this. Look at this. It shows you what's that? Someone want to say something? Before I
Yes,
get
me. Sorry. Is it okay if I just do this? Because I don't want to interrupt you while you're speaking at all.
go
So,
ahead, go ahead.
1 minute. Oh, it's not going to make the noise this time, is it? Sorry, I just had to do it.
All right, that's it. Do it, man. Look. The coronation writs. So this is all of the supremacy. It tells you the coronation of Pharaoh, inheritance rights. That's us. That's why again, if you read so that's why they have to take a coronation oath. They have to everything. So the coronation rites. So this is our ancient rights. This is what we inherit. The ancient. That's why it says again. Look, everything is written in law. That's why it tells you. Look, the laws of the crown of England in whatsoever else in always is and always have been such that the children of the kings of England in whatsoever parts be they be born in England or elsewhere, be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors. Again, look, the coronation writs, the coronation of Pharaoh, inheritance rights. This is our inheritance. Pharaoh is our inheritance. Do you get it? Come on, my people. That's why it's the imperial. Look again. So the coronation writ is governed. This is then governed by the Alexandria writs, because this is why those monasteries are so powerful. Also governed by the Coptic writ, the Gezer writ, the York writ, the Scottish writs, because this is where you get the masonry from. Because these are, again, the free men, meaning pharaohs are free men. Freemasons are meaning free men. It's not no mystery, right? Because again, the pharaohs were the free because they had everything they had. They had everything. They had the crowns, so they were free to build. These are the builders of the universe. These are the primordial builders. We are the children. We are the surviving children of pharaohs. This is where you get when they studied from in the temple, Ankanatism, Kemeticism. This is where you get naturism. This is where you get mysticism. This is the highest orders that you could get. This is where you get Sufism. Then you know what comes in, like you get the
Racism.
Yo, funny. That's where you get Judaism and all of the Christianity, and you know what I mean. So like we're not supposed to be at the bottom. We're supposed to be at the top. We're primordials. We're supposed to be coronations. Understand? So all right. Look, let me show you something. So remember the wars that took place I was mentioning. So leprosy. I just cross-reference it. So leprosy originate either in Africa or Asia, but reach Europe through the conquering army of Alexander the Great. Look, Alexander the Great, right? Important. See, Alexander the Great from Alexander the Third of Macedonia. So it makes sense. This is the 30th BC. This is the first pale people, right? They would say pale people, right? Pale. So remember, these are still African. Remember, they're not white yet. They're pale. Think about it, right? In these kingdoms, so the Ark of the Covenant, but you have the Ark of Horus. This is where they get the Ark of the Covenant from. You have like the kingdom of Iberia. So remember, they now pale. So they going in from that 300 BC to 500 AD. They becoming pale. In Africa, there's still sunlight and them things. It's more. It will slow you down from becoming more pale. But the more you move into this region, the more the more you're more subjected to or susceptible to, being more pale. So that's why, like, the Syria, the call of Syria, Macedonian kingdom, Armenian kingdom. This is where we get the vessel state of the Seleucid kingdom. This is where we get the mini kingdom. But look, 100 years after that, this is what they recorded. It might not, like I say, I just cross-reference it. If there's more accurate info, I'll put it towards it. But for now, what is there? So albino, yeah, you could see, right? Like you could see where they're coming from, right? Remember, the whole point of all right. So you got albino, but it tells you the origin albino, early 8th century from Portuguese origin, denoting albinos amongst Black African people, right? And Spanish from albo, from Latin albus, meaning white. So this is why I'm saying there has to be justice. Mayat has to rule, like, because if they're the first white, then how are you gonna take a whole people character and claim it for themselves? But they're the first ones, like they're the father of all white, but they could be identified as albino. You understand what I'm saying, my people? These are the fathers, but they're Africans. So how are you gonna? That's why the pretending is done, because everything is there. Again, it makes sense if you understand the war that took place,
So
right?
can I just say this? See now, in my mystery mind,
Yeah.
I believe this is what I believed before I read any books and stuff. Is
Yeah.
that the Africans, we refuse to look after these these children. Yes. And we put them in a forest. This is what I used to tell myself as a child. Put them in a forest and they grew up hating us. And that's why they have done what they've done to Africa.
Let me tell you, what you've just said there is totally 100% correct, because I had oral traditions. Because when you said from Benin, I'm also part of that bloodline as well. And we had oral traditions told to us. And we were told as a child not to go to the forest because we were told that there were ghosts in the forest. And they told us those
You see
ghosts
the,
were
Sorry, I'm not laughing. That was someone else.
no, but
they told
you
us
see the
they
foolishness
told
though.
us, yeah, they told us ghosts were white, with white skin, white hair, and everything white. And so this is what they told the children. This is what I was told in my culture. So when I asked my mum a little bit deeper, and she told me that when Nubian women would have babies and they were came out white, they would take them to the forest and leave them there,
Yeah, lie.
and then spirits will come, which spirits did come, nature spirits would come, and also what we call as, they have them different names. So these beings that are like half human and half men will come and take the albinos, and they were the ones that actually used to look after them. And yeah, this is the story, and it's actually 100% true. Yeah, this is what used to happen.
I cannot, but that you've just blown my mind. I don't think I could take it much more.
But you can see though, you can see all of the these to cause division, to cause hate. Like when you lack, it's what I'm trying to say. It's like this is where, like, we have to use the law of we have to be truthful on the things. Because look at this. All right, look at it. So these are the origin. There is no debate about this, right? But look now. Imagine taking these family members, right? And then taking their DNA, creating test tube babies, experimenting on them. You're gonna get similar, but
Yeah.
you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
It's gonna
Yes.
then it's gonna then
Mm.
like fade. They're gonna be remnants.
See, that's what I was told. So when I told that story to somebody, they told me back that story, which resonated, and I thought, oh well, it's very close. But he was like, wow, amazing. That's crazy that you thought that as a child, and now awoken has just like awoken me.
It's
All right.
well known in Africa. It's just that a lot of people here in the UK don't think. And you know, like what you're saying, Lancelot, is so true. The balance of Mayat, because they've been treated so wrongly.
Of course.
Because as well, I don't know if you know this as well, Lancelot, that when we talk about, Lancelot, I know you try and stay away from it, but when we talk about the spirits, they used to come and visit our ancestors, and they were pale. This is what we talk about. So they were pale. So the reason why our ancestors were afraid of those children, if you go to look in the book of what's the book that was taken out of the Bible,
The
and it
dead,
talk
did knock Enoch.
Enoch, yes, the book of Enoch, and it will tell you about the angels, and they were light skinned. So this is why our ancestors had that oral traditions, because if you study my culture, the Yorubas, we've had interactions with this kind of spirits, and they looked a bit like the albinos. So this is the reason why they thought they were, you know what I mean, dangerous and demons. So there's a lot of mixtures there, and this is why a lot of people don't understand why a woman would take her child and dump her there, because that South African griot, he used to talk about them. That's how they look. They look not obviously
Remember,
like albinos, but they look lighter like that.
remember Awaken. Just look. That's why this is so important, because a show say a not a logical reason, but a reason. Look, after the wars, let's go back. Let's go. Remember,
Thank guys.
this is a disease. They say, remember, leprosy is a you could say a disease. So imagine that there's illness coming and it's a disease. You understand? It is after, remember, because the land was already polluted after the blood and everything. It's hard to then remember. The soldiers, they didn't all of these things. So they get the breakouts.
Looks gorgeous. The bread. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't see. I
Okay,
didn't
what
see. I
it?
didn't see. I didn't see.
It's
Okay,
done, guys.
let me.
Oh no.
That's it. This
This
is
is
It's a
a
done.
celebration.
Very, yeah, it's hot still, but yeah, it's a celebration.
wow.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
That's
I can
right.
smell it. Okay, let's go on, please.
Welcome, go on, guys. It's
I
for you
know.
guys.
Love
Happy
you.
day,
Thank you.
I
Yes, bless
appreciate it.
you.
Appreciate it. That's why. Again, it's the memory. All right.
Yes.
Well,
Very much.
soon. Again, you're just gonna be doing it for fun. That's why I want everyone to know, get to know quickly, because the whole point is that there's things available for us in. Look, like I'm telling you, my people. Look, let me just highlight this again. All right, let me just highlight this again. There's a petition. All right, there's a petition. Like I say, now everyone should be able to understand, those that have been here, right? A sovereign grant for families of those who are born in parts beyond sea, right? This I made sure the petition will look again. See the whole point, the same. The petition is for the Treasury to provide to everyone a. I didn't say some. I said everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
A sovereign grant from the reserve fund to our family of those who are born in parts beyond sea for their living and other expenses. So you could do whatever you will, right? Look, and I mentioned, look, the petition will help save children, adults, elderly from discrimination, torture, suffering, and death by wrongful administration. Because that's all it's been, wrongful administration to the
That's
point.
right.
Like I say, look, but not look. I made sure, look, all right, let them know where it's coming from, because it's not just like letting them know something without knowing the powers that come behind it, because it's more than just a word. It's something that is absolute, a must, right? A statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea of the 25th year of King Edward. That's why this is the actual law. It's not something I made up, it's something that is actually in law, right? So this is the main reason, as we can see, we've been around. And look, the sovereign grants, look, the reason why I made sure I mentioned the sovereign grant, because it's something that is real. It's not, and I'm not I'm not going down to their level, I'm going up. Do you understand? I'm making sure it's clear what I'm talking about. So, look, sovereign grant, all right? Yeah, Act 2, it's there, right? It's there. Everyone can see it. You can't escape it. Doesn't matter if you're trying to lie to yourself. It's there, right? But look now, what this is shows you sovereign grant. The sovereign grant is to be paid by the Treasury to Her Majesty for each financial year. You understand? So, same as them, same as us. right? Because we are more realer than them, as we know, right? Look, the purpose of the sovereign grant for a financial year is to provide resource for use for that year by the royal household in support of Her Majesty's official duty. Like I say, we're gonna obviously you could do things, but look now, the aim. So the amount of the sovereign grant for the financial year. Let me go up so everyone can see. Right, is 3 million 31
1
31
million.
31 million. Right. Look, so look now again. So
Sorry,
we
can you say that money again, please?
look 31 million. So look, that's what they get a year.
A year.
So look now, let me just go to this point, right? So look again. They're royal, we're imperial, right? That money that they're getting is using to what manage in us. So look again, right? So look. I have to make it wide and big. Look, royal house. Remember, this is look again. Let me just. I have to make sure everyone knows, right? All right. The House of Windsor, right? By the 1917 by King George V, yeah, is the reigning royal house of the United Kingdom and the other Commonwealth realm, right? So the other, so look, because that's this is old. This is from the imperial crown. This is from the ancient. This, all right? This is our ancient house. That's why, look, again, that's why after the death of our ancestors, right? So remember, they're not from this house. They're managing it based on no sovereign being in place, right? Or we didn't have knowledge enough to know it. So now we know it, right? So look, so these are the original bloodlines of that house. Like it shows you the original bloodline of the house, right? As in what is in the Western hemisphere, as in within the Commonwealth realm, right? Because remember, the Commonwealth is also connected. If you look at the other Commonwealth countries, they're also connected to the Commonwealth realm. It shows you, right? So as you know, you have all these countries, right? And I guarantee everyone has connection to them, right? But the thing is, look, when it comes to United Kingdom, the ancient, the ancestral house is not this house. You can see their ancestral house is Sox, Coburg, and Guffer. Let me type this in so everyone can see what's going on, man. Because let me show you what's good. Sox, what's let me let my brain go. Where are them? Where are they? Where are they? Let me get that Coburg. Look now, yeah? Let me show you. So look now, look. You can see, yeah? Saxe-Coburg referred to the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, a European royal house of German origin. Look, my people. So there's
Our
no
house in Germany. Why they coming here?
there's no debate. Remember, due to World War II, World War One, no?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, so remember, you have William. So Elizabeth, because she was illegitimate again, all right. She was then removed, but then remember we were removed. Remember we was already moved to the Caribbean, right?
Okay.
So you understand? So eh, and like probably knowledge
They
was
sneaked in. They sneaked in basically while we were in the Caribbean.
yeah through royal means through the foreign royal means, because Queen Anne, she was from she was
Part
half
mix.
German. Yeah, so this is how they sneaked in because again exactly. So because But though they were, that's why they were limited. They were limited to what they could do. That's why, look, again, let me show you. Look, that's why it says here, right? It says here, an act restoring to the crown the ancient jurisdiction over the state ecclesiasticals and spiritual and abolishing all foreign powers. Yeah? That's why they were limited, because again, we had the power to remove them when we get to the age or when we had the knowledge, right? That's the reason why, because that's why they were invested in war, so we could always be separated. We always be, you get it, malnourished in our knowledge, in our understanding of who we were. That's why they continued the war. That's why they continued that's why they created racism. You understand? That's why they created fascism. It was to keep the interruption going on, so we don't remember. Understand? Let me so look again, as you can see. All right, foreigners. All right, so look again. So where was I now? A royal household. But look, this law tells you. Let me show you. This law tells you. Look, aliens. 19. See, from 1689. See, when we were removed, they introduced the Alien Act. William, right? Because William was from Orange, German, right? Again, it shows you. This is why where they took it. An act to enable His Majesty natural born subject to inherit the estate. Let me go up there. To inherit the estate of their ancestors, right? Either lineal or collateral, notwithstanding their father and mother were aliens. Look, it tells you. If you read it, like everything is there. There's no way you could miss. This is not me talking. This is the law talking. This is Mayat talking. You understand? We have to, like I say, like this is. It's not that I don't use spirituality. It's just spirituality to me is intelligence. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's because it's not fake. You know, it's not fairy tale. It's something real. It's what I'm trying to say. It's something that you could really use. It's not candles and lightings and none of that. It's laws. You know what I'm saying? It's real things. Like you could use in warfare, military. It's real things. So why the watering down of it? It's intelligence. So when you say the spirits came, the intelligence came. So like when the sun comes, the sun you won't say the spiritual sun come. You say the intelligent sun comes. Well, why don't we refer to the sun as spiritual then?
Mm-hmm.
You get
Facts.
what I'm
True.
saying? Like where we, like I'm saying, where the state of mind has gone, have gone somewhere where that's the whole point. That is so for it. They do that because they're creating the psychology of a 4-year-old. When you go higher, you get rational. You use your intellectual development, so you become militant. It's the military mindset formation. Maya proved that because again, the orders of the stars and the order of the primordial water, it was in form, male and female walking out, and you could see it. But that's what I'm saying. So it's the fact that like we're doing the disjustice by giving it something that doesn't giving it the absolute. But look, I'm saying in the law tells you though, it's not even like we can't see it now. The Lord tells you that the crown, if the crown has power over spiritual, what does that mean then? Then the spirituality that we're doing doesn't make sense. Because the crown tells you it. If the crown can do that to spirituality, then how are we going? Are we trying to do spiritual things? That's what I'm saying. We have been given. We have been given the lower part of it's intelligence. Spirituality is intelligence. That's what it is. It's not spiritual. What does that mean? And if you say that, what does that mean? if we start breaking down what does spiritual mean, you're gonna hear everything that's intelligent.
That's right. Spirituality is intelligence, not nature though. 'Cause nature can go wherever it wants, when it wants, how it wants. It's just do anything. But spirituality is intelligence because you're going to follow that intuition in you that leads you to that path. It's
No,
not
nature
how
is
to
also,
exercise.
sister,
Why you
very
say
intelligent.
why you say nature
Nature
not
is
intelligent?
intelligence.
Nature is not.
No, wait. Let's break this down. So, for instance, right? If in the so if nature can receive the intelligence from the sun, if it wasn't, it wouldn't be able to receive that. So, for instance, for you to be able to
It
eat,
is. It's all divine science. It is
It
intelligence.
is us that is receiving. It is us
Yeah,
that
we've
is
had the
no,
breath.
one
receiving
second, one
what
second,
We've
we
one
had the
want.
breath.
second,
The
one
Let
second,
him
consciousness.
explain, please.
one second. For you to eat, so for you to eat, so we depend on the ground, right? Because if the other, like I'm saying, listen, these things are not the debate. We depend on the fruit, and no one can tell me that they don't depend on fruit. That doesn't make sense. So if the ground don't bear fruits, then you're gonna be malnourished. Just like what's going on in Palestine right now. No food. The
But that,
children are
that's human.
But whether
That's
the rain could wash everything away if it
that,
chooses to.
that's
no.
human error. That's human error. If the earth really get dry, it's not the nature. Nature it provide. Nature is
Yes,
very intelligent. We
that's
take
right.
from nature. We learn from
All
nature.
right, there you go. There
Yes,
you go.
that's why
No,
they
no,
were so
no. We
intelligent.
take.
We was doing so well with no arguing,
No,
no
no,
Yeah.
it's not
division.
arguing.
It's
It's
not
not
arguing.
arguing. Really, it's nice to talk like that too.
No, she
No,
don't
it's not.
mean you. She don't mean you.
No. It's not arguing. It's look. This is
Yeah, but
what.
it's not arguing. It's good to talk
Yeah,
in
it's very
public.
Yeah.
good.
This is
Just
what
one at a,
Maya.
let's just one at a time, guys.
Yeah. This is what Maya. This is what Maya requires. Right. Truth. Like order. Like
Yes.
if we have to. This is the thing that we have to make clear because like if you can't see it clear, that's cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
If you can't see that, imagine we're on Earth, but yet we're saying that Earth is not. That doesn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. If our mind is all the way in that spiritual realm, we're not gonna be able to get in the order of Mayat. That's
Yes.
impossible.
I
Wait,
think as well, what you think about
Zipporah
it
is
as well.
gone.
Oh, she's gone. Sapora, you can come back. I think what we have to understand as well is that nature looks chaotic, but it's not. If you look at the bees, I mean, they know exactly when to come out at the right
Yes.
time. They
Yes.
know what season. They know.
That's because of the queen bee, my darling. She
Yes, but it's
deciphers
still.
it.
Where's
But
Zipporah gone?
nature is intelligence. It just
Yes,
looks
Yes.
chaotic, you
it
know.
is, my darling.
Yes. A
Yes,
very high form of intelligence.
yeah. Look. We wouldn't have food if it wasn't intelligent. We wouldn't be alive.
That's right.
Only does it even go off. You
We
can
wouldn't
eat
be
it after
alive.
a million years.
We wouldn't be alive. It doesn't. It just. Like I'm saying, it's the laws of Maya have to be practiced. It doesn't matter how. It's I'm trying to say. It's just you have to do it. And this is for the matriarchal. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Thank
Where
you,
you
sis.
going? I ain't going
I'm
nowhere.
back.
I know.
Go
I
on.
know.
Would you want
I
to
call.
say?
I call Rapora. What do you mean? You need to be
Yes.
here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and serious. So this is what I'm saying. It's just as mothers, we have to get into because look, all right, look again. In psychology, that's why it's good. Psychology deals with nature and nurture. Nature provides the intelligence for the mother to nurture the child. So if this wasn't the case, right? If the fact that this is a law, this is psychology, is embedded. The fact that that's why the man has to protect the environment, because the environment is which you get social development from. This is where you get all of the information. Because so if the environment is chaotic, right, then the nurturing is gonna be chaotic. There's gonna be a lot of imbalancing. That's why if you go into the forest, it's like if someone is stressed in the city, it shows you in that environment. If you go into a place where it's more forestation, it takes away those stress, because if you go walk through a forest, by the time you come out of it, your head is clear for some reason. Because again, the cycle, or the life cycle, like a life cycle, it pulls, and so it's like the cycle of life. It pulls out all of the impurities, right? That's where you get the rain. The rain pull out the impurities out of the earth and bring it up and sterilize it, and then the rain fall down. It's like it's a cycle. So nature provides this cycle. That's why it has a rainforest. It has just the whole thing. It has a full orchestra of life.
Yes.
You've been in the rainforest.
Hmm.
That's why would then you have Congo being the largest forest. It's one of the oldest and
If
largest.
you cut grass after it's been raining and put it under a microscope, it's got smiley faces.
Conversation.
You're right.
All right, let's get back to business, because we're not trying to get away from this ball right here. Yeah, this is so poor. Listen, so this is the main. Listen, what I'm saying, we're gonna have, when this is complete, we're gonna have a whole heap of time to heal. That's the whole point. Yeah,
Hmm.
we're gonna get because look. All right. Listen. I'm. We have to gas it up. We have to light it up. Literally, it's there
Yes.
available. Look, remember, this is nothing. Remember, everything it could be shown, right? All right, this is what I'm saying. Look, all right, look again. This act is this act. So this is. Let me show you something. This act is so important. Look, this is called the local. This is called the Local Government Act 1888. Yeah.
Hmm.
In this act, it tells you. This is why we have to understand that you're the inhabitants. You're you have to understand your state, your jurisdiction. Your jurisdiction is in the crown. When they stop you and ask about your jurisdiction, you're saying, are you in? Like they can't do it. That's why we have to get back into our groups, how we came, because it's important. Look, it shows you. Remember, when everything became corporation, they have to look after the inhabitants, because the inhabitants are the origin, not no foreigners and no. That's why they bring almost all the foreigners in to confuse everything again. Look, it shows you this incorporation. So for them to be incorporated, so incorporation of county council. So for the county council to be incorporated, this is what they have to do, right? Because they're corporation now. So it tells you this: all duties and liabilities of the inhabitants of a county shall become and be duties and liabilities of the city, the council of such county. I hear my people.
We can hear you, Lancelot.
It's my darling.
Yes.
This is here I'm saying again.
Explain it a little. It's kind of like not clear what you really said when you said what you just said.
All right, let me slow it
Said
down.
the last
Let me
part.
let me slow it down. Then I'll do it again. So, all duties, meaning responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it could be down to
Taking the
cutting the
rubbish out.
grass, taking the rubbish out, looking after the children, making sure that you're eating, um, making sure that you have money, right? And
Making sure we've
liabilities.
got enough sun.
Yes, having fun, making sure there's enough community, liabilities. So the money that you pay for a house, for a car, for gas, for electric, for everything, right? This is of the inhabitants. So the things that we are paying for, right, of that county shall become. So no longer our right things to pay. So we're not supposed to be paying for no gas, electric, no house. All of it should be come and be. He said so. They say it twice. Become and be duty and liability of the council of such county. Man, this is it's also is, but like I say, because it's based on like your confidence, your memory, your intelligence, and the fact that how they work. If there's a group has more. Just like again, if you want to make anything recognized, if you wanna put anything to become a subject or to become known, the more people that do it, the easier for it to become, for it to be. You
Become
understand?
great.
Yeah.
You're talking about to
So
become great. You have to become a community or a group of people so people can see it and hear about it.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like more weight. It's more
Yes,
weight to the for
yes,
the law.
yes. All right, all right. This is where you get the law of weight and measure. It's an actual
No
law.
way.
So this is an actual law. I'm telling you. It's an
See what I'm
actual.
saying? Me touched by divine man. Touched.
But that's why the law of Mayat. That's why it's in the mothers. It's just you understand. This is divine. Yeah, this is divine. So look again. So look. That's why if now look again. If they're supposed to pay for all of that for the inhabitants. Look. Let me look at the word inhabitants again. All right. Look. Remember, we're talking about this is so important. So at least I break it down. All right. So remember, these are Germans. So they don't belong to them. The crown that we have is over them. Look, but inhabitants, all right. Look, look, it shows you, all right. So if we go to the word, it tells you the origin in inhabit, right, or inhabit. So we're gonna look for this. We're gonna take this. So we're gonna follow the word inhabit. Find that definition. So inhabit, right? So indwelling. So we could get. So as we can see, have in. Also, let's get another word, people. All right, these are so even the words. They see, it's word. Like the way that they make us use the word is important. Let me show you. Also, let's go inhabitant. 1 second, dweller. Let me. Also could mean native. All right. So these are all the word local people. All right. It also could revert to native. So native, same inhabitor. So we could go again. Opposite to alien, as you can see. Opposition, foreigner, outsider,
Wow.
alien, yeah?
Wow.
You
Wow. Wow.
understand?
Wow.
So again, wait there, again. So this alien act, yeah? Yeah, my people. So this aliens, yeah?
Oh my God.
Hey, my people, how much I want to break it down? Hey, listen, it's too much. Listen, layman, look, you see? Outsiders, yeah. So we are natives, as to prove it here. So the native people, as you can see, right? It makes sense, right? It should make sense, right? Native, these are foreigners, outsiders, yeah. Natives. So we have the right over it. So look again, all right. So remember now. So you see again. So all of this is supposed to be for the native people. Remember, so they take out money from on our behalf, and because again it's being ruled by foreigners, so they give it to the foreigners. But remember, look again, look at this. It's I could breaking down. Look again, ancient. Right, let me show you something. civil. Okay, residents, inhabitants. Let's get it. Let's get it. Look now. Look again. Look again. Look at this. Yeah, just look at it. If we go down to similar definition, look. Ancient
Wow.
first. Yeah, look. You see what I'm saying? Look.
Yeah.
Ancient first. So look again now. Yeah, let me show you this thing. Is it serious? Let me show you. Let me show you. Look. An act restoring to the crown the ancient jurisdiction over the state, ecclesiastic and spiritual, and to abolish all foreign powers. Look, remember telling you, remember again, these are foreigners. So remember, foreigners. So we as native have the power, right, under the crown to abolish all of the F3 that's going on, like Jeffrey, see?
Lancelot, can I ask a question? Now we're talking about obviously the crown. Now, obviously they've got their subjects here as well. So does that include them as well, or just the royal family, or just their subjects that they're using our money to look after them with?
All right. See, look, but look, it tells you.
Foreigners.
Look, an act to enable His Majesty natural born subject to inherit the estate. So they're using again the money to and giving it to their instead of remember they're foreign because they're still foreigners
Yeah.
because regardless of subject born subject they're foreigners same way they're forever gonna be foreigners because that's why even to this day Charles is not English even if he was born here because why is look even Elizabeth is not English you understand because their ancient house because if they're dealing with the crown it's in order you cannot break the order you get it
Yeah.
they only adapted remember so that they could become they only adapted for this reason they only was able to adapt it based on let me show you this the regency let me show you what regency mean again
And they were looking after us until we were 18, and they were
all
looking after
right
us.
all right
Yes,
but
when we
remember
turn 18, then
so
we supposed to take back our money, but we have, I mean, our wealth, but we haven't. Yes.
all
So
right
that's the reason why they adapted to the Windsor House. Yes.
so remember they created the Mental Capacity Act. Yeah,
Hmm.
so that's why it goes beyond to the age. So that's why we have to know. Like look again, look again. Let me show you something. Just like you mentioned, but I'm gonna put it there just for everyone because but let everyone learn this too. All right, region. Let me see.
Sorry, can I just tell Crime Boss, because he said that Charles is native to the UK. He might be, but he isn't a native to us. We are the rulers of the land.
No, it's not. Look, the whole point is this: if he's following his ancient, if he's following his ancient ancestral house, again, these are from Coburg and Sox and Goffer. If he's following that house and he's in line, he's not. It's, like I said, it's an order. You cannot break it. So he can't just choose native. He is running things on that side.
He
He's,
must go. He must
look,
go.
the whole point is this, right? When you talk about native, it's not talking about foreigners, aliens. Look, this act tells you. So if his great grandfather did an act, it still doesn't make him native. An act to enable His Majesty natural born subject to inherit the estate of their ancestors, either linearly or collaterally, notwithstanding their mother and father were aliens. Look, natural born subjects within the king's dominions of alien ancestors, inheritable as if those for whom they make titles had been natural born subject. Aliens, it can't, there's no, No inhabitants, because if he is following his ancestors, he can't be. That's not possible because they're foreigners, so he's foreigners because he's following their order. If he wasn't in the order, then fair enough, he could work. But he's in the order. It's in his bloodline. So that's
It
why the
works
difference.
against them, motherfuckers.
All right, that's why. But that's why again. Look, remember, this is who we are. Remember, we.
Answer.
Yeah.
Crime boss wants to say,
I
look up
have
the
to say
word
one
native.
thing.
Look up the
Please,
word.
whoever
What?
use that word, do not use ever that word mother with that F word, okay?
Weapon.
Find out where it came from. Don't use the mother with the F word, okay?
I do know where it came from, but I'm so sorry.
But don't say it no more here, please, okay?
Okay, Mama. Okay. Crime boss wants to said about look up the word native, and I'm going to read it out here
No, but
because
this is
also.
the word native right here. Look, can you see
Correct.
it? No?
But what I'm saying, he's trying to say, because it says here that it's specified with the place, but it also says associated with a place of birth. So it's
Yeah.
not just associated with just the place, a birth of a family too. And he's not saying that he's British, he's saying that he's German. He's never said that he was British. He says that he's German. He's just changed the house because they still follow his German birthright. Okay, that's what I just wanted to say to that word native.
Okay. But look at this. So yeah, we know that they adapted. They adapted so that they could have. Remember, it was an adaptation, right?
Yeah,
They
wasn't
adapted
natural.
the house, so it's not. It's not. Look again. Like I say, I know it's hard for some people to get. Look, it tells you, right? It says it here. Shows you, look, an act to enable His Majesty natural born subject to inherit the estate. This house is an estate, it's a crown estate. A crown, see the crown? It's an estate. So as aliens, they changed their names to inhabit to what? To inherit the estate. But they're still aliens, that's why the act of supremacy is there. An act to restore the crown. Alright? The crown, ancient jurisdiction. Look, ancient jurisdiction. Let's look what ancient mean again, all right? Ancient, look. Ancient, from native. Ancient, boom, ancient. As you can see, first. All right, let me show you how powerful this is, right? Let me show you. What is it? Primordial, right? Ancient, yeah? Look, let me show you first. Let me show you. So before England now, look at this. Look at this.
Crime boss always gets he gets like really into words.
Now look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Let's look at this. Before England now, because we're dealing with ancient, yeah? So we're not talking about England. We're going further than that, right? So we're talking about the ancient people. So we're going all the way to ancient. All right? Ancient. So look, now these are ancient, yeah? Mercia, Northumberland, right? Wessex. If you know about Wessex again, all right? You have 7 crowns, 7, right? 7 kingdoms. Ancient, so before it, all the people them from these places. You have, boom, man like King Edward, right? Like I say, he's a black prince already. Ooh, like who else? Let me show you. Let me show you like who else. Let me show you like who else. All the Septimius Severus, York, London, right? Marcus Aurelius, Niger Peninsula. Look, Illyrian Moors, ancient. When we talk about ancient, right? AD, what he's telling them. So, again, the whole point is that keep going all the way back. Goes all the way to the keep going. Look, let me keep going. AD now. We're talking about ancient, right? AD, right? Ancient. Let's go to ancient times, right? Ancient times. Well before any albinos come in place. Ancient times. I have to keep scrolling down on them. All right, ancient times. You had out of the kingdom. You have Himloco. He was in the British Isle ancient times, 406 BC. What are we talking about ancient times? You want to go back further? All right, let's go back further. Ancient times. Let's keep going. Ancient times. You had.
Can I just tell Crime Boss, because I think he's come in a bit late, that Lord Lancelot has done a decree and a declare a petition for Parliament, and obviously he's got a book coming out as well, a second book. So
Crime Boss
all
maybe.
this, the wording and everything, he's already put it in for it to go through Parliament.
We know Crime Boss. I know Crime Boss, you know. That is a good brother, man.
I know he is. I know.
So Crime Boss stay, man.
Greetings, everybody. Big up yourself,
Greetings,
Lord Lancelot.
greetings, my brother. Yes, big up
The
yourself.
reason why I was typing this in the comment section,
Yeah.
right? Now, we speak in English, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So, something governs the English language, yeah? Which is the dictionary,
Yeah.
right? So, when we start using words like native and you're calling yourself native, you have to understand what the meaning of native is.
Lord.
A native is only somebody that was born on the land, you know, but is not of the land. So they are natives because they were born on this land, but they are not of it. So you can't be
What
calling
did you
yourself
say?
native when you're interacting with these people.
What did you
Because
say
they'll just
again?
laugh at you.
No, repeat
So when
that.
we're using
No,
words
Crime Boss,
like native,
repeat it. Repeat it. You said.
I say the meaning of native, right, is somebody who was born on the land, but is not of the land. So they are natives. You are not a native. So when you're calling yourself a native and stuff like that, they will just laugh at you because they would realize you don't really understand what really going on. You were sprung from this land, you know. So you're not native to the land. They are. And that is all I wanted to point out. So yes, the sister said let's go deep into the meaning and definition because in order to defeat these people, you have to come correct. You can't be using the wrong terminology. You can't be using the word native wrongly. And that is what I was trying to point out to everybody.
Now you just came in, yeah? You just came in. That's the whole point. So look.
Not really. I've been listening for a while, my brother.
No, that's not, but then hear it then. So if you're listening, it was based on this act. So what was it based on then? All right, I'm not gonna say. Tell me what was it based on. Why did I use that word native? What was it based on?
Well, I can't give you the exact word for word, but I know it was a wrong terminology. This is why I was writing it in the comment section. That they are natives.
I'm saying what is it based on, because it has to be based on something. It's so all right. Let me just come. So for instance,
Thank you very much, Sunflower.
There's a law, right? A local government act, right? And it shows you, right? It talks about all duties and liabilities of the inhabitants. So this is where I started from, right? So inhabitants. So I don't know if you saw this part, but I understand what you say with the words. But if you're using the dictionary, based on the dictionary or what time frame, as you know, they change things for their own purpose. That's why the law is there for a reason. It is there so that the changes that do take place in the dictionary, the law is
Law
there.
language is different language. Yes.
Right, exactly, because the law is what governs the whole land and sea. And this is why it's important. That's why I use the law for a specific reason. So when things are said within it, and based on them, because this clearly says aliens. So if aliens is used to represent them, and then you're saying native, so how could you be an alien native? That doesn't make sense.
So are they native? Is that what you're telling me they're natives or they're not natives? We really see. Because we could look up the definition of native, you know,
They're
and then
not
you could go.
native
No,
because they're
yeah,
alien.
yeah, like it's explain, yeah.
That's their word for themselves is alien.
Matriarchal. Yeah, matriarchal speaks up on it. 'Cause like I say, we're breaking down the laws around here, crime boss. We're getting into the laws, and it's all written. It's not again fighting over the words. What the law said is what it is. It's written down clearly.
Yeah, but
Wait,
that is not a law, you know. What I could see is an act, you know. And when we look at the word
look,
semantics that these people has play on us, an actor, an actress, these things are not real.
yeah, we're not using
So it is
semantics.
not it
So
is not it is not law, really. A law is something you can't break, you know. An act is just something you make up, you know. And this is what it is used to rule over us. All these word semantics that we can't really figure out, and they just have in a headlock.
If it wasn't real, then why are they following it? If it's not a real act, they're following it to the T. So I
Of
think
course, they're going and follow it, and people acquiescing to it as well.
No,
no,
because
it's
it's
real.
their act. Because
Yeah,
we are the law.
that's right.
But it's
It's real.
but the thing is, it's already the whole point is that's what I'm saying. Everything we have to wake up to what's is in front. We're not dealing with like a spiritual realm. We're dealing with something that is there. It's there for a reason. Like I say, the law is for us, as we know, and we're the head of it. We're the top. We just have to remember, we're not dealing with too much of again those words and the semantics. The laws, if we know ourselves and we know where we're coming from, and we know that we have crowns, the laws tells you this, and this is where again we have set up everything in place. We use intelligence, set up everything in place. So even to the point when others are have governing us based on certain action that took place, we're able to look through the whole thing to be able to get out. The whole point is that you're able to, if you're in the wilderness, you're able to find your way out because we're using a map. We're using a map that is deriving from somewhere. So we know from A to B. It doesn't matter how confusing it is. That's why the law of Maya is so principled, because it's talking about, let me show you again. All right. It's talking about, where is this? Let me get up for you. Again, supremacy, very important, because when it comes to the crown is the land, and which land is the most supreme? Which land is the most supreme is again the land of Egypt, because they're showing that it has the most intelligence, and within that, the mother that created these things, again, it made sure that doesn't matter how far we get lost in whatever thing that they created, again, there are things that are forever. So just like I mentioned, just like we know, again, these are forever, right? We have to know within ourselves. This is not
This
a
is where the law came from.
Yeah,
The
because the thing
law
is,
was made by Mayat and Egypt.
that's right, because the crown supersedes the acts. So we're saying we're tracing it through the acts, but the crown supersedes that because we know who we are, and that's what we're doing.
That's a fact. And look, remember these things are forever. So we have even down to the imperial crown. It shows you such forever. So we're dealing with things no shakiness, no ifs and buts. We're just reminding our people that we have things that is present forever. When all fails, the said thing, look, this shows you this. Without this, there cannot be no foreign nothing. But this shows you this. Rulers are nothing. But this shows you this. When we remember our crown, meaning knowing where we're coming from, knowing who we are, it has the power. It is it's ancient jurisdiction. So again, it's the ancient jurisdiction is over
So,
any
sorry.
any 1 second, any patriarchal and any spiritual, and it abolished all foreign powers. So if we know there are foreigners, because again, even down to, if you want to say, their own act tells you that,
Because
then
the law and the bloodline comes from Egypt, and that's where they have obviously the first civilization, and they have gone in, took it all, and created their version, plagiarized it, and have taken over the world practically. Where if we remember that this is our family, this was our law, this was our civilization, and we want it back. And we'll use their words and their law, their acts, to retrieve it.
that's why the presentation is so important, because it tells you, it gives you like a, like a map. It tells you what happened. It shows you that they never came in and take nothing. Remember, I'm giving you the whole point. That's why eyes have to really be open. We have to take up off that spiritual veil, whatever it is that's covering the eyes, because like this.
Beautiful. I love what you said that. Lord Lancelot, I ain't cutting. I wanted to keep it right there. We need to
Yes.
take that veil that's covering our eyes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to read a quick comment from Sunflower.
Yes.
And Sunflower, give thanks for the gifts as well. Enough respect. Now, Sunflower said our actions really are stronger than our words. Now, that's a very, very, very potent comment, you know.
That's true.
Because I hear people saying on the panel earlier on that we are the law. Am I correct in saying that? Somebody was saying that we are the law, yeah?
You should be, yes.
All right. So if we are the law, why would we go and beg these people for anything, i.e., a petition and stuff like that? So our actions now, yeah, being stronger than our words, we need action. And I'm not seeing any real action of significance.
Because we're going to become correct. We're going to go correct and take,
1 second.
instead of, go on, sorry.
Let me explain something. Again, all right, we have to understand the, like, how like business work. Like, again, when you use the word petition and it out of, because it's something that you have to it's a different jurisdiction. That is just that this petition was before any Mazungus. Petition is a way to speak. It's a language. It's an actual language. Again, like I said, a lot of people are just mixing up everything just to make it hard for themselves. This is what governs life. Doesn't matter where you are, it governs it. This is the higher affairs of a state. This is the crown affairs of a state.
Mayet.
It governs it.
Lord Lancelot.
Yeah.
When we do certain things, right?
Yeah.
Let me say for example, 'cause I think you're in the United Kingdom, so you must understand with like some people who do, pay council tax and stuff like that, yeah? Basically in certain instances like that, when you do pay council tax and, other corporate things they want to charge you for, the bailiff turning up, right? And if you look to give the bailiff a bit of resistance, who the bailiff going and call? They're going and call the police. In those situations, a police officer, if you don't know what you're doing, he will just basically enforce acts and statutes on you.
Definitely, if you don't know what you're doing, yes.
Right. Now, these acts and statutes are all made up nonsense. Now, when you comprehend what's happening and you put him in check, remind him of his oath. His oath is not to enforce acts or statutes on you. So
No,
we
it's not.
really need to see what these people doing. All this acts and statutes is crap, really. No, because
This is the backward things though. Like I say, we have not been using these things. Like you can't just come and say we have not been using them.
we don't need them. We don't need it totally, because only just admit that we are law. So if we is law, why would you want to act out in somebody make up nonsense? Because they are not law. They have to create acts.
No,
They have to create make up fictional stuff. They have to create a legal framework, not a
come in,
lawful framework. So
come
if
in.
we is law, why would we now stoop to acts and statutes?
And can I say something?
Well,
Because
just a last one. Look, remember we're dealing with memory. If you don't have memory, so everything that is written, this is based on memory. So obviously you come in as someone that has gained memory. There are other people that don't know have memory. So all of these things, like words, are memory. So the more you remember things, and because these are in order, it helps you to get through. You can't just try throw someone across the bridge and expect they're gonna land on the other side. You have to walk them across. All right.
and that's why
So I know where you're coming at, but like you should know that some people are not like you. You made your way, so you have to consider. That's why the mothers are important, because they consider everyone in every school.
Yeah, to remember, we are the law. We are not implementing it. That's why
it's
we
not even
will
that.
have
That's
it.
And I agree with Al Kibula,
One
we're not
second.
implementing it. You know
But we
what?
are not
One second. One
implementing
second.
it
One second.
because,
One second.
sorry, we are not implementing it because, we've been closed down. That's why.
One second.
So,
Awaken.
Colonized, not just closed down,
yeah,
colonized. But I
yeah.
think Lord Lancer
Awaken.
want to
Wait.
say
Wait. Wait. Wait.
something.
Wait. 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 Awaken. Want to say something? I saw. I cut her. Go on. Awaken.
no. What I want to say is we're forgetting something.
No.
We got to this place because of what? Lack of order, right? We all messed up, forgetting ourselves, and we created mayhem. For us to go back to the top, we have to follow order. And this is what we're doing. We're not saying that we're relying on the acts, but we have to follow the order of my act. How we got from Pharaoh to Plantation, we have to go from Plantation to Pharaoh, and that was order. And so we have to do it in order. We're not just going to go and make a fool of ourselves and look stupid. We're going to let them know that we are ordered people. And so we're going to start from the beginning and do order. And we're not saying we're staying with the acts, but we will start as kings and queens.
Yes.
And then we will bring the warrior. We are going to act, but we must go in order first.
Sure.
Let me give you guys an example,
The
yeah?
word
If
become
that's
flesh,
okay.
yeah.
Ashay, my darling.
The word become flesh, yeah. That the word definitely did become flesh.
Let me give you guys an example, if that's okay, yeah?
Yeah.
So within the last, I would say about a week and a half, our tribe, well, the mission was spearheaded by me, of course. Most militant, don't play, all you know that. And I literally seized £500,000 worth of assets from the colonizer. I didn't sign a petition to do that, Just like how we came on our lands and take our stuff, is the same thing I do in here right now. Seizing shit from them. We don't petition to these people. We don't beg these people for nothing. And this is what I want my people to wake up and understand. Right? So I could go back to the comment where one of the, I think it was Sunflower, right? Our actions really are stronger than our words. All this petition and all that is talk. We want action. But the people need to be in a position
Yo, my guy,
to implement action.
Crime Boss.
Yes,
Look,
my brother.
where you at? Yeah, where you at? Wherever you at?
I'm here in the United Kingdom, just like you are here in England.
In
I'm
England,
here.
yeah. All right, now fair enough. So the fact that you've done something, you said it out your mouth, right? All right. What we're doing over here, we're showing the people. Like I'm not telling you nothing that I ain't showing.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm trying to say, I'm not telling no one that this is. So the fact that, again, this is things that we goes on every day. Like, I understand if you do some things in a way, then all right, just the people. If the people want to see that, then you show them from what you're doing. But if you're coming over here and saying that, like, the whole point is don't follow the orders and don't do the things correctly so that our children. But do you know what's going on in the streets right now because of our children
That's why I'm.
not following things.
That's why I was about to say.
The whole
Seriously.
point of that's what I'm saying. The whole point is this. Like I say, there are people in every different areas in life, and for them to continue building something, they show their, just like if you're creating a school, a football team, whatever they start showing, they show the people clearly, not halfway down the line after they just become a superhero. Understand what I'm saying? It's not the superhero part I'm on. I'm on showing clearly, because eventually, just like any for instance, the police, for instance, they didn't just come and say, okay, all right, we're gonna take these people out. They had to study and learn. Then they get to the law. Then they get to the implementation of the law. Then they become practical. It doesn't just start like that. So if that's what I'm saying, you have to give someone a clear map. Don't just say, right, I did this and did that. I did a lot of things.
Well, I'm
A
trying
lot
to
of
give you
prophecies.
guys a
That's what I'm
clear
trying to
map, you
say.
know.
And
But you
it's.
have
I
I
to,
think.
don't think all the understanding one thing and
no,
taking on board what I'm saying.
I'm saying you have to show it. You have to
I,
show it. Just like
yeah.
how it's going on right now, you have to show it. Don't just like it's the whole point. Everything everyone can see, so they're not okay, right? That's bro. There's a lot of people that came with a lot of good sounding good things.
And the mothers care about the children. We're not going to go
Yeah.
to war and just unalive ourselves.
Mm.
And like I said, this is a statue. It's for long term. We're thinking long term. And
For
look,
all.
we are going. We're going to go to war, but we're going to do it in order. We're not going to do what we did last time. We've got to learn from what we did in the past. This is a reincarnation thing. This is going to do it the right way. And the
It's,
mother.
When they say going to
it's good.
war,
It's good,
you want
my
to kind of
brother.
break down that to me a little bit so I could comprehend, because from
I
where I stand,
mean,
the
what I'm
pen is
saying is,
mightier
if
than the
we're going
sword.
to
Eh?
go and say,
Yeah, all of
But my
that, man.
brother is good. It's good for you. It happened. I share to
Yeah,
you. You know, it
yeah.
can
For real,
happen to
man.
people. You know, they get through that and they make it. But the
Hmm.
thing is, this one now, you know, is beautiful thing because we going grounded there for
Yeah,
all of us. You know,
yeah,
not only
definitely.
for one person. You know, is lucky to do it, is blessed to do it, and that's it. There is people really they cannot really walk right, or they cannot be grounded to go there and saying, you know, this is mine. Our youth, they are unaliving, you know, day by day now. So we have to stop all this. It's only because we are not really grounded, you know, we cannot affront them. So that's why we have to be ready this time, armed, you know, and it's not by shouting, and it's not, you know, we have to know the law inside and out, so
Hmm.
we can take the stick.
Yeah,
Well, I don't want only to get law and acts and statutes mixed up and confused, you know, because I've seen a lot of that. Acts and statutes are not laws. Acts and statutes fit within the legal framework, which is a whole heap of made up stuff. It is not real,
my
because they
brother.
themselves cannot practice law. So they have to create acts and statutes. As you rightfully said, we are the lawmakers, not them. So they create this illusion of law under acts and statutes, legislations, and all of these things. And we just buying into fake news. Let me go
Yo,
to the real source.
time boss.
Yes, my
Look,
brother.
this is what we're doing over here. Like, this is what's happening. Like I said, I don't know what you're missing or what you're seeing, but this is what's happening. Is we're not confusing no one. We're making sure that they see how everything goes from the lower to higher, right? From plantation to Pharaoh, and then where we come from Pharaoh to plantation. Everything is orderly. Like I'm saying, I understand that every individual One second. Everyone have a role to play, right? Everyone has a role to play, and that role. One second. One second. My phone. Yeah. So everyone has a role to play, and like I say, I appreciate you, my brother, because you're doing your role. So, for instance, the people them that you're teaching, again, that's what you're doing on your end of the stick. You understand? So eventually, you're gonna meet in the middle.
Yes, when we need funds.
You understand?
Universal is trouble, you know.
You know,
Hmm.
Yeah,
I'm
like I
gonna
said.
drop I love yous. Good night, my dynasty.
Pick up yourself, Universal. Nice to see
Thank
you
you
over
so
here and
much,
stuff like that,
Universal.
I
yeah?
Nice to
love you,
meet you.
Prime
Love
Boss.
you too.
I love you
Bless
too,
you.
my
Have
sister.
a
Big up
blessed
yourself,
night.
man.
Listen, night. Yeah. So this is what it is. It's where again we're just making sure everything is clear because, like I said, there are 1,000,001 stories, and this is how my people are always took. So we're providing everything, so it's in 3 dimension, so we can see and go
Well,
through
Lord
it.
Lancelot, really and truly, what I'm really trying to bring to all your attention, right,
Mm-hmm.
is that you're above legislations, you're above acts, and you're above statutes. It's beneath your feet. You don't need them. So any legislation, act, and statute they want to bring, just put it aside, use it to wipe your bottom, bridging. You're above it, right? And action is what is needed. True action, because you is the lawmaker. If you is the lawmaker, why stoop to acts and statutes and put yourself within that framework? That's all I'm saying. I don't understand how that's so difficult to understand. Legislations are beneath you, acts are beneath
You're not,
you,
you're not
statutes are
even,
beneath you.
you're not
These
getting it,
things don't
man.
apply to you as a lawmaker on the land.
You don't get it. The whole point is this, right? If we made everything, right, then we have to, like I say, we have to teach our children how to get through it. Because like I say, it's good for you where you at, right? The whole point is this: not making no mistake, not making no mistakes. Like I say, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm doing is making sure that again, it can be taught over and over again. Wherever you, like I say, what you're doing, just stick to what you're doing. Like I say, however you're doing it, if you're showing the people, like I'm showing mine. Like if you do a live and you come and you show wherever the thing is, like if I'm showing it, that's the next level. That's just the next level. It's not just talking alone. Understand that, right? This is what you get. This is what you got. You see this, see that. Fair enough. But again, the next level is you show it also than just talk it. We're using more than one sense.
How would
Very,
you like me to show it, Lord Lancelot?
I'm
Give me a
saying,
better definition of how could I show it to you?
just like I'm showing on screen now.
I
Like
see legislations that's beneath all of us here.
no, but I'm saying, see, like how you're able to see it right now.
You want to go and see what I see from them? You want to walk? I could carry it right now and turn on my camera and show you. Oh
You
wait, can
could,
you saw what I did? When was it? Yesterday or something like that on Queffer's platform? And it went over everybody's head.
I saw it, but what I'm trying to say to you is it's not that what you're doing is wrong. Listen, because we're doing some other things behind the scenes. I hear what you're saying, and we are going to get there. But we have to first find the prime order because this is for eternal statute. We're going to do something that's going to last and it can't be broken. So we have to tear down the system, doing it in an orderly way. We're not just going to do this. I mean,
Forever.
Lancelot and I have talked. We're going to do other things as well. So it's not just this, but we have to start with order first. We just have to.
Nobody not saying don't start with order. You know. I never said don't start with order. What I'm saying is legislations, acts, statutes, these things are beneath you.
Yes, they're
Don't put
beneath us.
yourself in a lower category. Don't start to
listen.
dance with swines.
No, yeah, I'm saying,
You're
listen.
above that.
No, I'm saying, listen. Will you see what happened in the long run? Like all of that. long thing. We see that happen in the long run because we're not here just. I hear what you're saying. The whole point is this: these things have been in place long before you, and like I say, if we don't exercise ourselves on this level, like I say, a lot of people have come. I had a lot of people say the same thing. I'm making sure again on all levels, my families are prepared. Literally, it's like I get what you're saying. Like it's all right. Continuing teaching, so again, if they get into the same situation, they could get out. That's the whole point. All right, in that clear, because you're saying this, I understand that, but yet it's still being used. So whatever you're saying, these things are still going on. And word by saying don't do it, that's not stopping nothing. Action. Look, we see people that come and do action, and it doesn't last that long term. There has been kings, there has been emperors. You understand what I'm trying to say? So for the long term, we're gonna do what we do because again, we're ensuring that on all levels things are all right. That's just how it goes, my brother. That's it. You know what I mean? We're doing it the way that is, again, that is laws of Maya. That is right. We're dealing with the intelligence, and that's it.
You say laws are Maya, but yet still is, I see legislations and statutes.
My
So it's
brother,
very contradictory, really.
you know,
That is the law of
but that's
Maya.
what I'm saying.
That is the law
Man,
of Maya.
I know you. I know that the law, the Black's Law Dictionary got, but we're dealing with something that's working. It's a system that works. So we're dealing with that. Like now, for yourself, for where you at, right? Like I say, you're doing what you're doing. Good. We're doing something that's working. We're not doing what you're doing. We're doing what we're doing, and we're gonna follow that blueprint because it works. That's just it.
What a petition works, I don't really see petition working. Go a
Well,
long way out here and petition. Going to the colonial masters to beg them with a petition. For me, that really makes no sense because
but
we're
it's
already
been
above
work.
that. We don't
It's
have a
been
petition
work.
to these people.
It's been working. It's been working. It's just that the people. It's been working, and it always will gonna work. Sorry for the some people that are wasn't competent to make it work for them. So you might be using those one off to say that. You understand? The way you're bunching down the not working about everything. These are this I'm saying because these are evidence. It's not just a wordplay. There's evidence at large. It's things that's going on every day. You might not be, focusing on that things, fair enough, but things are going on, things are changing due to the how they're conducting their business, just like how you have business and your business is working. The parliament business is what controls the business because if they decide to say, okay, based on what, based on based on a legislation that they create, they could do this. Then again, due to the fact that you weren't studying as how they're studying, this is where that that long run catch the shortcuts. So understand, like I say, we're doing it for the long haul, not the short haul. Right? So we're gonna continue teaching, like those that are doing what they're doing, it's good. There's no, but these things are always happening. So now we're just requiring the intelligence, the evidence, the proof, and even in the more better because, like I say, no one haven't put this together. I haven't seen nothing like this before. Understand? Time, not just laws, history. It's going through the whole thing. So, like I said, I'm not leaving my people blind. I've seen all that before.
You
Alright?
mentioned something just now about something about if there was to change it and change it. You could repeat that for me so I could comment clearly on it.
No, it's just like, for instance, I'll give you an example. You have Grove Park Center in Houston, in no, Stonebridge, Grove Park Center. They had it for so long, and based on again that same thought, okay, take this, take that, and they're not focusing on the things, the legislation, the laws that governing certain things happen, that they're now things are getting taken away. It's like that.
Of
So
course, it will get taken away because because I'm not, I don't want to put anybody in a particular category, but these things happen when you have no autonomy, when you're a slave to the system. When you're a slave to the system, you have to petition, you have to go deal with legislations and acts. When you're not a slave to the system, bro, you have to deal with the petitions and acts, and there's nothing they can do to you. Because
I get
what
it.
we do as and I personally, what I'm here to do is to literally restore my people. But I can't restore them if they're studying acts and statutes. They have to really know themselves and the power that they carry.
Remember, it's memory. So that's the whole point. This is what I'm trying to say. Deal with things that are tangible, evidence that's already here. And like I say, we're trying to go through some history, and it's like you become a conversation type of thing. You know what I mean? It's like it's a interruption. You know, we're showing things, and it becomes an interruption like this. Like it's just a back and forth. Like, I'm telling you what's going on, and you're telling me. But you understand? It's not.
I'm telling you, you have a good mindset, and what I'm trying to do is help you to realize in a stronger position and a petition than studying legislation. That is what I'm trying to bring to your attention. But you're doubting how potent and how strong you really are.
No, like you're saying that. So I'm trying to say, you see that type of energy? See what you're saying? That's that matriarchal, that's that patriarchal type of talk.
How you gonna say patriarchal and as a tribes, man, my brother? How you gonna
Yeah,
tell me
that's
about
patriarchal talk,
patriarchal?
because you just use a negative connotation against me. And I didn't, but that's what I'm saying. The whole back and forth thing, like there's matriarchal mothers here, and getting across the whatever you say, like I'm saying, it's whatever you are saying, whatever you say. I am following what is going on and what's working. So you could continue saying what you're saying somewhere else. You get it? It's just how it is. But we're gonna continue with what's working. It's going good for you. Like I say, keep going and keep doing it, and then your light then would shine, and everyone will see what you're dealing with. Right? It's good. You're telling, you're spreading your promotion. I get it, and you're doing what you're doing. I get it.
What do you mean by promotion? I kind of confusing. What do you mean by
I don't
promotion? I don't
don't
promoting nothing.
don't.
What is I promoting?
The whole point is don't be confused, and I'm gonna continue the live. That's all it is. You
Do
get
your
what I'm
thing,
trying to
my
say?
brother.
I
Thanks for
appreciate.
having me anyway, yeah?
Yeah,
Everybody big up all yourself.
I appreciate it. Give thanks. Yeah, my people. We're gonna. All right. Where we was? We're gonna get into this because we was dealing with our bloodline. All right. So we're gonna get back to the house again.
Blessing.
Yeah, we're gonna get back to the house again. Understand how everything is, and it's how it is. Sometimes, like I say,
Yeah,
we're
you have
dealing
to
with.
battle. It's not easy road.
No, yeah.
It's okay.
Well, when we're dealing with the crown, it's not a battle. I'm telling you, when we're dealing with the crown, it's not a battle, right? Because we're dealing with things that are present, that are clear, it's happening. But like I say, when you're trying to remember things, just like with anything, when you're trying to do an exam, when you're trying to go forward, you're gonna get the distraction.
Yeah.
You're gonna get the suggestions. Maybe good. May the suggestion be good towards that individual, right? Or good from coming from a good place. Yeah, and of course, everything is everything is taken, but it's like the whole point. We still don't know. We're still not being taught our history. You understand? Like if you this is why again they deal with intelligence, because it shows you our parents when they first came to the country, they had a lot of knowledge, but they didn't pass down the history, nothing. And now the properties that they had took whatever, right, has got taken again. So you could take everything, but if you don't pass nothing on so they could hold it, it's gonna get taken again. And that's how it's gonna get, because it's happened over and over again. It's just keep happening. So it's a good thing. You know what I mean? And everyone is doing what they're doing in their, to help everything go forward. But this right now is what's happening, and we're in the Jubilee year, and for our children to know what's going on, we make things are clear. We're clear. We're not like I say, just talking and not showing nothing. Again, so let's go. Let me show you again. So look, we have the House of Windsor, right? And within this house again, there are those native by blood. There's origin by blood, because they're by blood, and they're going all the way back to again the pharaohs, to Africa. But due to the fact they're in the Atlantic Sea, they also have their own covenant. They have their covenant. They have their laws, and within the laws, let me just show you again. Remember, look, there's a lot I keep forgetting again. It tells you. That's why you have to know how things is made up. A statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea. It shows you a statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea of the 25th year of King Edward. Look, clear. The kings declare. So, for instance, even kings have to declare things. Look, this is what I'm trying to say. It's just, that's why the memory is in the words, right? Kings declare. So if you're saying that we don't have to declare, then again, it just takes things. So even those highest in government has to do government business, still have to do petition. What does that make them? Servant, slaves? That is just the way of the higher affairs of state. So the king's children declared inheritable in England wheresoever born. Look now, the law. So ain't this the law that we're talking about, or is it something else? Let me know. Does this say law, or does it say statute?
Law.
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, our cognitive is not there, man. It says law, right? Am I the only one that's seeing this?
That's law.
Everyone else on the stage, is it saying law, or is it me and Awaken already only seeing this? All right. Anyway, let me start. What do you say?
Right, yeah.
It says law.
All right, law. So are we dealing with the law? Law. So we're dealing with the law, right?
Yeah.
All right. So as how things work, this is memory, right? This is memory. So it's saying we're not supposed to. So if we never look into the legislation, how would we have seen that there are laws? Because and let me just show everyone something. Let me just show everyone something because I think it's being mixed up. I know. It's not really. It's being mixed up again. Rubber mean good. I don't. The rubber mean good. So I know it don't mean nothing bad. 1 second. So, but let me just show everyone, like, because it it did probably leave certain people shaky, and let me just show you the thing. So again, legislation, right? So what does legislation
It's not
say?
the screen. I can't see the
Oh,
screen. Can you
okay.
move it to the
Nice
rest?
one.
Yeah, thank you.
So what does legislation say? And I don't like let someone else because I don't want to seem like I'm making something out because sometimes the cognitive is not everyone cognitive is off. So let me hear someone else say like how. All right, someone else go on awaken. So what is it? So what does it say?
But I keep learning to read it. But okay.
Alkebulan?
Want to read it?
I think it's pause. All right, and let me read it then. 1 second.
I
So
cannot see proper working. Sorry.
Okay, let me do it then. Okay, it says laws considered collectively, lawmaking
no, wait. There's a
is
look. It says what
laws
laws?
considered.
No, but it says laws, right? So
Yeah.
let me.
Close.
Did it say it didn't say it
Acts.
said
It didn't say acts. It said laws.
laws,
Okay.
right? All right.
Yeah.
Let's get to the etymology, right? The origin, right? Early 1700s, yeah. Early 17th century.
1700, denoting the enticement of laws. The enticement of laws from the late Latin leges, Latin, literally law from lex law, and latos raised, parts participle of tolerare. So it says laws.
Yeah. It's that's why again the live is for a reason, so I could show it. That's why it's not about the talking and the saying. It's like it sounds good, and that's why based on where everyone is, some people might get shaken. Some people might just
Can I
when.
also say something, Lancelot, as well? Because we're talking about from Pharaohs to Plantation and from Plantation back to Pharaoh. Let's go back to what we were talking about when you showed us from the beginning of the periodic table. Now we're
Mhm.
talking about ancestors and everything they put. You talk about the 42 laws of Mayat and everything that they're saying there. It's a declaration, it's a law. I have not committed a sin. I have not stolen. That is laws that they've put in. That's what they call it, the laws of Mayat. We always see that word law as it's just a physical thing, but it's also a spiritual thing. When we wear the crown, we're doing a spiritual and physical thing. That's why we have to have order. This is how we fell because we lost that spiritual and physical order. So what you're doing is very important. We have to go back into order to
Correct.
take our throne. And they know that. That's why they've put us out of order. And we can't claim the throne out of chaos. We have to do it in order.
Facts. And for us to enforce anything continuously, we have to do it by the law because it shows you that it's just how it works. For us to just like how the sun is enforcing the earth continuously because it's the law. It it keeps going. It doesn't just stop. It keeps a motion. It doesn't jump. It just keeps the motion. Like I say, there might be people that are more intelligent, less intelligent, and some people easy to get afraid. So when they hear something, might seem again disturbing, they might just. It's like that sometimes. Where this is why again, the Lord tries everyone, based on what they know about themselves. But as you can see, when you're dealing with that's why it's so important showing these things. You understand? That's why we've gone past the discussion stage of just discussing without showing nothing. We're moving forward, and that's why it's so important to show it. It's like, man, I could point at a tree and say, look what it. But it comes with an order of things, like it comes with like a barrage of things. Because I could say I take this and this, but it has to come in law. It has to come in the force. It has to come in a way where, again, these things can be defended with more than just, again, words.
Sure.
Yeah, it's so this is where we're building up on, because at least when we know that it's absolute, we know, okay, we could do more. But the whole point is not for people to go astray, like, because like I say, these things are what's going on, and it works. Remember, my people, we're in the year of Jubilee. Still even get to go through how much I want to go, but time is flying, again, we got that. But like I say, tomorrow is just another day. Is gonna keep reminding. Look, we're in the year of Jubilee. So the thing is, look. So look, they use the said laws. Let me just show you again. This is what I'm saying. They use the said laws. So look, let me go. Let me show you. They use the said laws to take or ask whatever they want to say. All right, where is it? Things. Let me show. So yeah, they use the same laws to take all of this. They use the said legislation so to take all of this money. That's what they're using. The said legislation to take all of this money. Same thing. There is.
That's right. Yes.
On every. It's I'm trying to say. So you're saying not to use it then?
Mm.
That's what I'm saying. It's some people. Oh, it's.
But they're using it to keep our inheritance, keep us from taking our money. So we've got to turn it back on them. We have to use it. If we come in there not even knowing what we're saying and just using brute force, it's not gonna do. It's not gonna do anything. We've done that for how long?
It's not gonna work, because
It's not gonna work.
even 1,000, even 100,000 people. Look, bro, we have carnival every year. People are using force, but they still didn't go nowhere.
Mm.
You understand? Protests every time, riots, people taking on stuff, but it always come back to them, doesn't it? And I know
We're not saying that we're not prime order. We know who we are, but we've got to. I think this understanding of order. I think it's a difficult one. This is why we have to get, and this is why you're doing the presentation. Like Lancelot's created. Like I will not be supporting something that I don't believe in. Lancelot's created websites. This is something I know. I'm a prime order. I'm all for fighting. Don't get me wrong,
people
but
just don't
I'm
do
also
the
have
work, man.
order. I have to have order. I got to know what I'm doing at the right time, because we are divine beings. We got our ancestors are working alongside with us. And like I mentioned again, when I talked about the law of the law of Mayat, it tells you I haven't stolen anything. I haven't caused anyone pain. We've got to do it in such a way that ancestors are going to come like Simeon Toko and fight for us as well. It's so important. Like this thing is not a joke. We're doing this for our generations and generations, not just one time, not just for one person, for the whole family all around the globe.
Yeah,
Everyone.
man. Some, like I'm saying, it's how it is. Some people don't like to put in the work, man. It's just how it goes. It's like, it's just what it is, man. It's just that where we at, because it's not, like I say, it's a timeline, a timeline. So it's more than just it's law, it's history, it's psychology, it's correction. So I know how people lean on one thing, but it's more than just that, and it's something that we're able to see. You know, this thing, because right now we're in the year of Jubilee. Like, so some people, like I say, they're in that fairy tale world. It's not they'll pretend that it's not the year of Jubilee because they don't know certain things. And we don't know, it's just that. That's why whoever in the know, they're the one that always, get the benefits of things because they're in the know. That's it. We want our people to know. So the year of Jubilee, super important, right? And in this year of Jubilee, where we at is like I say, we know things are happening, like really happening. Again, we could see it clear. There's no kings, only again trustees. Also, now we know that as people, that's why again more intellect bodies that is able to see and know what's going on. Like I say, some people are rebels. That's just how it goes. But if these things have been put down, the whole point, these things have been put down by our ancestors. So that's what I'm saying. Are we gonna ignore what our ancestors put down? They put it down for a reason. And the more we ignore it and think we're making a step ahead, the more we fall like 10 places backwards. Because we're actually ignoring the foundation. Like we're going backwards if we're ignoring what our ancestors have put down. So, like I say, so where my people, all right, look, let me just show you something super important, my people. So, we're going to get into, we need to understand, we're going to get into certain things that we have to know. What time? Okay.
2:32 now.
2:32. Wow. So,
Yeah.
Getting late.
I know. For real. We're gonna continue again. We have to keep the promotion tomorrow because it is definitely run over the times. But remember, again, based on the petition, right? Sovereign ground for families of those who are born beyond sea. Again, it's certain things are just so. Look now. So let me just show you 1 second. 1 second. So if now, so if the kings are being granted by what they petition, are they begging? Because the laws are granting the kings. So that's what I'm saying. We have to understand. You can't follow law. It shows you. Whereas the Commons of the United Kingdom in Parliament assembled have resolved to authorize the use of resources and issue of sums out of the consolidated fund towards making good the supply which they have granted to His Majesty. So again, so if he's granted something, that means he must have begged for it, then, right? So he's saying that, yeah. I'm saying, listen, it's just the law and how business work, how our crown works. It's there for a reason. It's governed for a reason. It's protected for a reason, so that we know when we know. Like I say, we get what we want, and it's important. Like I say, the fund, everything is there. I remember the petition is there for that reason, and we're gonna able to resume tomorrow. Super important, my people. But yeah, so it was an excellent live, like I say, and it's important connecting to the roots. Anything before before I close the live.
Is it
Yes,
gonna be at
ma'am.
the same time, or is it possible to do it earlier, or
Earlier, no, we could,
no?
you could, you're gonna. Well, if it depends on when you catch it, you just catch up, or if you want to ask
Oh,
anything,
okay,
yeah. But it start at 9, so if you're
okay.
doing something, yeah, you just be able to catch you at that time. So yeah, because it's just on my YouTube.
It's recorded, so you can watch over it as well if you want to. He's going to
Okay,
post it
yeah,
on
that
his
would be
YouTube.
great, really, for
Yeah,
me.
he'll post it on his YouTube channel, and you'll be able to watch it.
Sorry.
So yeah, do you want to say? I know I've invited Abiul. I can't pronounce his name. Amulago, and he wanted to. I think he wanted to say something because he was at Mama Verna's yesterday, so he was going to ask you some questions. I know we're running out of time now. If it's something you want to say before we go.
Good evening, family. Good evening, your Lord. Thank you. That was very refreshing. That was really, really educational. Yeah, it's a challenge, but we're here. So you got my support, 110%. I'm behind you, queens and kings. Yeah,
Yes.
it's the project. We're in it, and having leaders or having head team leaders like yourself, your Lord. So thank you very, very much for your time, and thank you very much, Queens, for your time too, and inviting people like myself. Yeah,
You're
thank you,
welcome.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you for
good.
coming.
That's
thank
it.
you.
Appreciate it.
That's it, Lancelot.
All right then, fair enough. Again, we catch us tomorrow again, 9 o'clock. We're gonna continue to providing again what's going on, the latest news and the presentation. So good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you
Good
so
night.
much for your
Thank you all for
enlightenment.
coming.
Thank you, Awaken.
You're
Good night.
welcome. Thank you, everyone. Good
God
night.
bless.